Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us here at Lincoln University for our second annual Monitoring Emergent Plant and Animal Diseases for Food Security in the Americas. We are very fortunate to have guests that are joining us from Latin America, both from Guatemala and Mexico. And I would like to go through and also thank our sponsors for this event, the Global Food Security and Defense Program, that is a center of excellence that's designed to foster international partnership that strengthens both our agricultural integrity, as well as helping us engage and address new and emerging plant and animal diseases. Because we share with our Latin American cohorts, our partners, the importance of cultivating plant and animals for our food, it stands to reason that we are able to go through and join together and track diseases and educate one another on research and new findings upon these diseases. So we will have a number of individual webinars today that'll cover a variety of information, both in plant and animals. We're looking at the pest and disease recognition, some mitigation strategies, and modern detecting tools, as well as different disease monitoring that we're able to go through and do. With that, I would like to go through and welcome Dr. John Mosley so that he may go through and welcome us all to this wonderful event.
Good morning, welcome. Thank you to everyone who's taken some time out of their day today to learn about this important topic. On behalf of Lincoln University, we want to say thank you, welcome. We appreciate the fact that this group is so dedicated to improving food safety and security. Food is so important to each and every one of us, regardless of our geography or where we are currently, because we take that need with us wherever we go. And so to those of you that have studied this, we appreciate the knowledge that you have gained so far, and we are gracious that you're willing to share that to make an impact across our world. It's also critically important that we develop a global workforce and that we develop young people interested in taking the torch from us as we get older into our careers and pursue other opportunities. It's important that we engage the next generation to get them to understand the importance of what it is and the differences that you are making through the work that you are doing. And so to our friends at other 1890s joining us today, we say this partnership is stronger because of the work of all of us together. To our friends in other countries, all of the 1890s, but especially Lincoln University, welcome the opportunity to serve potential students that you have that may be looking to further their education at a 4-year or master's degree level in the areas that are discussed today. Lincoln University is proud of being the only institution in the country that was founded by soldiers that actually fought in the Civil War. Those soldiers in the 62nd and 65th Colored Infantries and their white lieutenants sat around campfires between battles, learning how to read and write at a time in which it was illegal for Black Americans to know how to do so. And we stand here some 157 years later, still in the business of education, making sure that the next generation is prepared to fight the challenges that they're faced with. And so I wish all of you a great day. I know that you'll gain a lot of knowledge, and I hope that you will take some time to learn more about Lincoln University and the great work that we are doing all across the agriculture spectrum. So thank you, Ms. Eppelfarmer, for giving me a chance to just visit with the team today.
Thank you for your opening address. Next up, I would like to go through and introduce Dr. Caleb Nindo from the Center of Excellence for Global Food Security and Defense. They are the wonderful organization that is helping us fund this gathering. Thank you, Dr. Caleb.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Applefarmer, for your introduction, and also for inviting us to be part of this meeting, and with the friends from the Latin Americas to be able to join in. And as President Lincoln University President has mentioned, even from our 1890 group of institutions that are joining here today. I come on behalf of the director of the program, Dean Moses Cairo, and Dr. Tubene, who is the associate director of the Center of Excellence for Global Food Security and Defense. Because they are on travel and other assignments. I have a food science background, food engineering, and have worked with in other countries in Africa, but currently based at University of Maryland Eastern Shore. I direct a program here on food science and technology, and also one of the cluster leads. We have 4 clusters that are run by the Center of Excellence for Global Food Security and Defense. And that cluster lead that I'm directing is the one for East and Southern Africa. So this is very interesting for me to be able to join here today, to be able to give a brief of the activities of the center, and indeed such a wide partnership that we have with our colleagues. And I think the topic that is being addressed today, the monitoring emergent pest and animal diseases for food security in the Americas, is an appropriate one. Indeed, we have some of the activities that we are involved in, and we know that these are actually transboundary problems. And so I think the center is emphasizing the collaboration that is needed to be able to address these problems.
Dr. Nindo, would you like me to share the PowerPoint, or would you like to share it?
Do you have the PowerPoints? You can bring them up.
I will do that right now and share the PowerPoint. Just
yes,
let
please.
me know when you would like me to advance.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Yeah, so if you can go just to the next slide. Yes, and so the Center of Excellence for Global Food Security and Defense is made up of it includes 18 other 1890 universities, and this came out of the USDA National Institute of Food and Agriculture initiative to be able to set up these 4 centers out of the U.S. Agriculture Improvement Act of 2018. So that Farm Bill did set up these centers, and the Global Center of Excellence for Global Food Security started off as a center of excellence in international engagement and development. But now it has, the name has changed to the Center of Excellence for Global Food Security and Defense. And this was out of the recognition that some of the global food security is as I have mentioned, is transboundary, and bringing together all the developing countries and improving on trade. As you maybe noted in the abstract that was presented, I looked at that, and in engaging international partners in addressing new and emerging animal and plant pests and diseases. So if we look at this in such a globally integrated world, it just becomes very important for us to be able to address these problems together. If you can advance to the next slide, please. So just as I've said, the USDA National Institute of Food and Agriculture has invested in fact, over $4 million to support the center. And so there is a continuing effort to put additional funds into this initiative and to bring more partners together. And if you'd just move the slides up a little bit, you'd see the number of universities that are involved. There are 1890 institutions that are involved in this initiative, and together with our international partners, the UMES Center of Excellence is working together with these 19 institutions to through those 4 clusters that I will mention later, where they engage, where one of them is the Latin Americas. If you can move those slides up, please. I don't seem to see the entire screen. I don't know if it is on my side. Just a second here, if I may. Okay, that might be better now. Yeah, so those 1890 institutions that are involved in the center are reaching out, and in fact it is expanding with our collaborations. I would say that this is a lot more activity with the investment of those funds. And what I would encourage is with our collaborations that we'd be able to apply to these funds to be able to address some of the problems that you are we are experiencing in our regions. So the center itself is governed by a board, and that board there's an external advisory board as well that comes in, that is made up of both expertise from the US and internationally, with to be able to guide the activities of the center. So the project implementation, in fact, right now, based on the RFA that went out at the end of last year, then the center is in the process of funding another round of proposals for implementation in this coming year. And I think Dr. Farmer will be sharing some of these with you so that you can be able to join into this. Now, if I may go through the objectives, which I think is important, and one, especially the second one, all of them are important ones, but the one that you are addressing, if you could go back to that previous slide, if we want to strengthen agricultural development in the US and around the world, I think it is important that we just work collaboratively, and that second objective is critical. And this meeting here is squarely addressing that second objective. This new and emerging plant and animal pests and diseases. I may take a moment here to mention that there are other partners that are you may be aware of. USAID, for example, that has got the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for on current and emerging threats to crops, and that also is addressing this second objective. And it is one other opportunity where you may be able to partner to be able to bring more leverage to the problems that the center is addressing. And in fact, as I speak, the center is also engaged with that Feed the Future Innovation Lab to be able to bring more resources into these activities. And so Dr. Tubeni and Dr. Cairo might be sharing some of those opportunities with you. Now, the third objective is to engage in agricultural disaster recovery. I think for most farmers, rain is a good thing. I was just watching on, you know, if you're looking at the climate change issues that are happening in the Africas, for example, and all over the world, in fact, there has been a season of drought. But right now on the eastern side of Africa, where you know, our cluster is engaged in, the rains have started, and these rains come in torrents. And so if you have a long period of drought followed by torrential rains, it becomes a disaster. And the farmers experience these kinds of problems. And then what follows thereafter are these emerging plant pests and diseases. And there are tools that are being used, technologies that are being used to be able to help us to address these things. And I think in your engagements and what the expertise here that will be shared in this symposium is for us to be able to understand what these tools are that can be put in the hands of the farmers, so that we can share the knowledge globally of what the farmers are experiencing and what the solutions are. And so I am really impressed by what is going on, what the center is doing to be able to bring together these groups to address these common problems. Now, the objective number 4 was basically a continuation of the CEAD, which was how the center was set up before it was expanded to what it is now. If you can move the next slide, please. Yeah, so this slide is just a snapshot of where we are engaged. In the western side of Africa, we have the Caribbean, in the eastern side of Africa and the Congo as well, where we are engaged. We are not only looking at the problems that farmers experience as they produce the crops, but even the post-harvest problems that they encounter and how they can move their products to market. Now, that picture that you see there to the right is one of our collaborators in Kenya, who is having value-added processing of mango. And you may be very well aware that there are seasons when you have lots of farmers that produce lots of mangoes. And most of those go to waste because they come at a certain time when there's a lot of harvest, the prices are low, and the pests that go with that. And these are the things that the center is addressing, collectively, so that we not only look at the problems at the farm level, but post-production activities and how we can be able to help the farmers to market these products. I would stop there, but these are really the 4 areas, 4 regions that the center is engaged in, and we are happy to be able to engage more with your collaborations and your networks to be able to have a strengthened initiative to address these problems that I have talked about. Next, please. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I can be able to take them really quickly. I'm not to waste any more time. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any questions under Q&A. I remind our attendees that please go through if you have any questions during today's events and enter them under Q&A. With that, Dr. Homero Salinas, would you please introduce our guests?
Yeah, sure. Good morning, everyone. I will introduce the Latino American partners. Do you want to put the PowerPoint presentation, Jessica, please?
I will.
So there are right now people probably connected from different countries, and but specifically we have people from, can you expand the presentation, Jessica, or can you, like in the top and the full?
I cannot. It is completely based upon the layout of the screen.
Okay, thank you. So I will introduce Mr. Avelino Hernandez Corici. He is in charge of the one of the office of the Council of Technology and Science in Coahuila State, and he will be hosting face-to-face people, in-person people over there in Torreón, Coahuila, that is the northeast of Coahuila. Entonces, Avelino Hernández va a estar presente con un grupo de productores y de estudiantes en Torreón, Coahuila. Es una área agrícola y ganadera muy importante en el norte de Mexico. Yeah, much better. So this is an area of dairy production and with a lot of chicken and a lot of agriculture in the northeast of Mexico. Or next, the next slide, please. And also the Professor Walter Martinez. He is from the Centro Universitario Noroccidente. He is in Guatemala. And he is a professor at university where now they are with the students in auditorium over there, that they are also monitoring the people that is connected, but also with the presence of the people. They work with different programs in agriculture and also in livestock. Walter Martínez, el profesor Walter Martínez, él está en el Centro Universitario de Noroccidente, en Huehuetenango, un lugar muy bonito, que ya tuve la oportunidad de estar por allá, con estudiantes y con agricultores y profesores ahí en el centro, en Huehuetenango. The next slide, please. It's María Eugenia Díaz, that she's in Guatemala. Now she's in the mountain. This is a Farmers to Farmers USDA project with 350 households with pregnant women or mothers with children under 5 years old. This program gave to them some chickens and also dairy goats to have a better nutrition for the children. So now she's connected in the mountain with women over there that they will be promoting all the things that they will be learning. Esta es María Eugenia Díaz trabajando para Farmers to Farmers en el área de la montaña en Guatemala. Tiene un grupo de mujeres promotoras que van a estar compartiendo lo que se disputa el día de hoy en Guatemala. Es un proyecto muy interesante. Yo lo visité, es un proyecto muy exitoso. They also have legumes and some other crops over there where they may be increasing their profit and specifically the nutrition for children. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you. So now it is time to go through and welcome our first presenter. Our first presenter is Clementicosta Mensa. He will be discussing the pine bark beetle. Dr. Clementicosta Mensa, would you like to use your PowerPoints or what I have up?
I mean, what I can use, let me use my PowerPoint.
Okay,
Yeah,
I will
it's the same.
stop you.
is the same, you know, so,
Yes.
okay. Is it, can you see?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, and good morning to you. Even though right now I'm in Africa, it's afternoon here. So thank you so much, Dr. Jessica, for the invitation to give this presentation. And I want to thank the Center for Food Security, for Center of Excellence for Global Food Security and then Defense. I want to thank the committee for putting up this program. So first of all, as Dr. Jessica said, my name is Clement Akote-Bensah. I'm the entomologist and the State Integrated Pest Management Specialist at Lincoln University, which means that my responsibility is to ensure that we control pests and manage the pests that our growers have. So this morning, yes, I'm going to talk about a very important tree, and that tree is affected by an insect that we call the pine beetle or bark beetle. You know, depending on who you are, you know, we either refer to them as bark beetle or pine beetle. Now, for most of you who have worked within the forest ecosystem, you know that trees really contribute a lot to us in terms of, you know, contributing to, you know, carbon sequestration and then maintaining an ecosystem for, you know, diversity, for some, you know, diversity that we see in the world. Now, pine as a tree is a very important tree. And because of the fact that if you look at the whole, you know, in the Americas, we see pine as an important commodity for the paper industry, you know, for construction and many other, you know, uses of pine. And which means that it's very important for us to really maintain this tree. But like any other crop, any other plant, insects are a major issue. And for pine, one of the main problems with pine is the pine beetle. So I'm going to talk about the pine beetle and then how we can manage this insect. As you know, insects do not know boundaries. They don't know wherever that the boundary is. They fly all over the place. So as long as we have pine in a location, whether Mexico, Guatemala, wherever that pine grows, these insects are a problem. And then for that matter, we need to address, you know, this issue. So I must also say that because I'm in Africa right now, power is fluctuating. So I want to make sure that I go through my PowerPoint quickly and then save the time so that, you know, if there is time for questions, we'll be able to discuss that. So thank you. So bark beetle, or also known as pine beetle, are insects known to damage wood as adults or lay eggs under the bark of trees where the larvae hatch and cause destruction. So this insect, what it does is that it's a small beetle. It will find a way to lay its egg under the bark of the insect, of the tree. And then when the insect lays the egg will hatch and then becomes a larva. And it is this larva and the adult that will feed on the tree bark. You know, and currently we know that there are over 600 species, which means there are different types of these in the US, and their populations have been rising, you know, as the years passes, as we see a lot of, you know, changes in our climate and other stuff. I must mention that the pine beetle is native to America, into America. So it is not something that has been introduced from elsewhere. But because we are talking about emergent pests, this is also an important pest because of the fact that it is really adapting to some of the climate variabilities that we are seeing, you know, in the country. Now, they are becoming a year-round problem because of their increasing ability to survive winters and damaging trees. So I did mention that insects have this ability to really withstand different conditions, from harsh conditions to very optimal conditions. And this insect, because of its size, is able to really maintain that ability to really live for a long time, wherever that it finds itself. So if you look at the picture, you see the adult is the adult will lay the egg, and then the egg will hatch into a larva, and the larva will go through 3 or 4 larva instar stages, and then finally it will emerge as an adult, and the cycle continues. And this cycle, depending on your location where you are, could run from probably 2 weeks to over 5 weeks or something like that, depending on where you are, because insects respond to temperature and climatic conditions a lot. Now, bark beetles or pine beetles get their name because they reproduce inside the bark of the trees. So if you look at the picture that you see, the picture on my right, these are larvae that are feeding, and a lot of larvae feeding. And because of the fact that they feed on the bark of the tree, that's why we call them bark beetles. And when we say a bark beetle, it's not one species. There are different species. So all the 600 species that I've talked about are bark beetles. Now, the species of tree and where they attack these trees helps to identify them better. So depending on where the insect will lay its egg and feed, you can use that to determine whether it is species A or species B. So for instance, or for example, the engraver beetle, this beetle attacks the top portion of the large pine tree. So these insects, what this particular species does is that they are mainly found on the topmost part of the tree, of the pine, which is because they are trying to really create a niche for themselves. So they start from the top and do their damage. So that is, if you look at the picture in figure A, you find that the top part of the tree is destroyed because of their feeding. Now, there's also another species, the red turpentine beetle. These attack the lower trunk of pine trees. So this particular species, that one will not live on the top. That will start their damage, at the lower trunk. That's where they prefer. And then we have the southern pine beetle. These ones typically cause trees to die in a directional pattern. So for instance, if you look at the picture here, the damage is directional. It goes across. So this picture was taken by drone. So you can see their pattern as moving from one end to the other. If it's running from west to east, it goes like that. If from south to north, it goes like that. So that is typical of this particular species. Now, bark beetles are typically dark red, black, or brown in color. So there are different shades of colors that you have, so you can probably be, if you're not trained to really identify them, you can confuse them with other insects and say that, oh, they are different species, but they could be different colors, but at the same time, they are the same, species. They are very small, about the size of a rice grain. I mean, for those, if you look at the picture in the hand, the way you see it, it's very small. So there's a rice grain there, and then this is the pine bark beetle. So it is very important to really, because of their size, we can easily overlook and then not be able to identify or detect their presence. And their forewings are tough and act as shield for the softer wings underneath, used during flight and protect their, so they have what we call the elytra. Elytra is, every insect has 2 pairs of wings. So the first 2 pairs are up, and then there's one that is at the bottom. For this particular insect, which are beetles or weevils in general, what they do is that they have a protecting covering of the the wing. So the first wing is called a elytra, which is a hardened, sclerotized, wing. And that wing is used to protect the insect from damage from outside, heat and any other, damage from outside. And they use this to also protect the wing that they use in flight, or in flying. That's very important. Now, they also have very strong mouthparts, which make it easy for them to tear into wood. So if you look at the picture that you see, their mouthpart is, strong, highly sclerotized, it's very hard. So they are able to chew, any tree that they find. And as you know, trees are hard, but because of their mouthpart, they are able to chew, utilize the whatever that they are eating. And one critical thing about this is that they are able to utilize cellulose. Cellulose is part of the, or tannin, hard things in the tree. When they eat, they are able to digest that, and they do that successfully. Now, they also have very strong mouthparts, as I've said. Bark beetle larvae are a pasty white color and look like small grubs with a dark brown head. So their larvae, or the larvae, are small, and the head of the larvae is also sclerotized. It's also hard, and they have evolved to have that because of the ability for them to really chew on a hard tree like a pine. So that is very important. Now, management of this insect is very important. Now, once you confirm that you are dealing with bark beetle infestation, what you have to do is that you have to, first of all, do inspection. Now, in pest management, one critical thing in pest management is sampling and monitoring. You should be able to identify the insect. Now, before you can develop an IPM, or integrated pest management, for any crop, there are several stages that you have to go through. First of all, you have to identify the insects, identify the cropping system, which crop are they really, affecting. And then secondly, you have to identify all the major insects that are in the system. So in the pine tree ecosystem, we have to identify every insect that is there, and then try to establish sampling methods for each of the insect. So in this particular one, we have to develop a sampling distance, a sampling method for pine beetle, which is very important. So for you to be able to really even know whether the insect is there, you have to first of all be able to go to the field and identify them by doing the inspection of the trees. Now, you have to be able to pinpoint the areas where bark beetles live, to know where to focus your treatments. Very, very important. So in managing, this insect, we have to make sure that we really know where they are, because the picture that I showed, their damage is sometimes, located in different places. It's scattered in the, they don't, when they can come en masse and then be able to, do their damage. Now, where do you look? Where do you look when you are in a forest that has pine, and then you want to look for bark beetle? Number one, you have to inspect the trees on your property, or whatever that you have on your forest, with a close attention to tree trunks and tree branches. So once you get there, you have to do what you call scanning of the area. You have to look around your farm or your forest to identify areas that are not doing well, plants that are not doing well. Those are plants that are typically, infested by this insect. So you have to do that. Damage may be so severe that the tree cannot be salvaged, and you may have to remove it. Sometimes, their damage is so high that the trees, you lose the trees. And as most of us probably may know, the cost of one pine tree is a lot. And if you are a farmer, or you are a grower, or you are a forester, and you lose one tree, it's a lot. And it takes a lot of years for these trees to grow. So, for instance, some of the trees take about 30 years. So you leave your trees for 30 years, and then suddenly you come one day and all the trees are gone and the insects have eaten that. This is critical. This is an issue that we have to address so that our growers or our foresters will have the ability to control these insects. If possible, inspect the trees near your property. That is very important. Whatever that your property is, if you're having trees or pine trees, please visit the trees often. If you have a huge acreage of that, you may take samples here and there and visit them, because the best way to control is to find or inspect and find. Yeah. Now, if you look, the picture that you see here, it shows some of the symptoms that you see when, if pine bark beetle is present, sorry, if pine beetle is present, these are the symptoms that you see. You see a sap or a pitch, in the figure A, you see that there's something coming out. There's something coming out. And then we have frass, which the B is the frass. You see like the insect, something like an insect poop or the feeding excretes of the insect. So those are the things that you should be able to use to determine whether you have pine beetle infestation. Now we have discolored foliage, exit holes, weak outer bark, galleries, and then bark flaking or flaking, whichever way you see it. So sometimes when you go to your farm, you see holes, because the adult will create these holes and then enter the bark and then lay the eggs. So these are all symptoms that you can use to determine or detect their presence. So it is very important that you learn some of these things to be able to really know where to find this insect. Now, bark beetles are difficult to control because of where they live in trees and shrubs. Yes, because they are in the bark of the trees. If you spray insecticide, which is a contact insecticide, and it doesn't get to the insect, you are wasting time, you are wasting energy, you are wasting resources. So it is important for you to really address the issue before they get into the tree or into the bark of the tree. Now, because they lay their egg there, you should have an insecticide that will prevent them from doing so. So that's very, very important, because most insecticides are contact. There are few insecticides that are systemic, that is, they have to go through the plant before the insect will take up the active ingredient and then now take enough of that and die. So that's very important, and those are not recommended. We don't recommend those. The best way to control bark beetle is to prevent them in the first place. So in pest management, prevention, prevention, prevention. The 3 Ps, everything you do is prevention. You try as much as possible to prevent this insect from getting into your forest, onto your trees. Very, very important. Then somebody will ask, why? How do we do that?
Well, it looks like we may have lost Clement with his spotty internet service over in Africa at the moment, and power over in Africa. Why don't we go on right now, Dr. Homero and Caleb, if we could see if there's any questions or maybe an opportunity for our panelists that are in Mexico and Guatemala, if they would like to go through and tell us a little bit about the pine bark beetle in their area of the world. How prevalent is it? Is it something that you will see? What issues do you have with the pine bark beetle, or do you?
Avelino, Walfer, también María Eugenia, solo para saber qué experiencias tienen ustedes, aprovechando el momento de la interrupción desde África, qué experiencias tienen ustedes. Tal vez, Gabriel, tú puedas traducir al inglés lo que vayan a decir. Tienes tu micrófono apagado, Avelino. El de la laptop. Pueden, Jessica, somebody probably mute the mic. Yeah, okay.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí, adelante. Pues se va a escuchar con eco, pero adelante.
Sí.
Puedes apagar el micrófono No tienes que apagar el micrófono de... Están conectados ustedes en dos...
There, he's unmuted.
¿Ya puedes hablar, Avelino?
Ok.
Ya te escuchamos. Adelante.
Tuvimos un problema muy fuerte en la parte de la cuenca alta aquí de Torreón, es alrededor de 400 kilómetros.
Te va a estar traduciendo, Gabriel, para que si puedes hablar un poco y luego darle oportunidad de que él traduzca al inglés.
Ok. Tuvimos un problema en la parte alta de la cuenca alta del río Nazas, que está en Durango.
So they had a pretty significant issue with this bark beetle in one of the local rivers in Torreón and Durango.
Esta es la zona forestal más alta de México, más grande de México.
It's the biggest forestal area in the country of Mexico.
Y la que provee agua a la cuenca baja en donde está Torreón y lo que se conoce como la laguna.
And it's the area that provides water to La Laguna, which is the area where Avelino currently is at.
En esta parte se tuvo este problema y se tuvieron que eliminar 500,000 de árboles.
So they had a big issue with the bark beetle, and they had to get rid of 500,000 trees in the area.
Y el tiempo de control de esto se llevó más de 2 años.
And to fix this issue, the whole project took about 2 full years.
Entonces, en la parte, aquí en la parte de alrededor de Torreón, de la laguna, no tenemos pinos.
So they don't currently have any pine trees around the area due to this issue.
También tuvimos un problema que hubo, pero sobre todo en las palmas. No sé si es el mismo, la misma plaga. En Torreón tuvimos problemas con las palmas.
So in the area, they had a similar issue with palm trees. He isn't sure if it's the same bark beetle or if it's a different type, but they also had a very significant problem with palm trees.
Tal vez Caleb nos puede explicar al respecto.
Dr. Nindo, do you have any suggestions, or do you know anything about a similar plague that would attack palm trees?
Las palmas se pusieron de color amarillo.
The palm trees took a yellowish color.
Y también tuvieron que ser eliminadas las palmas en su totalidad.
And they had to get rid of all the palm trees in the area.
Bueno, ese es el caso que podemos reportar.
Okay, so that's what he has to say about the topic. Doctor Avelino, ¿quiere que alguien le responda la pregunta o?
Sí, si lo puede comentar, Caleb, adelante.
Okay, Dr. Caleb, if you have any comments about the subject, please go ahead.
Well, I see that Dr. Clement is back. I don't know whether he can.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you very much. And I apologize, as I said, our power has been fluctuating because of heavy rains, so I apologize for that. So yes, I mean, there are, as I said, there are several species of pine or bark beetle, depending on the way you want to, talk about. So these species may differ from, the South America and here. And managing this, as I said, depending on the species, they attack either from the top, from the middle part of the tree, or from the bottom of the tree, or the lower part of the tree. So if you find any of these, you'll be able to determine which species are those. So yes, of course, there are different species that probably you may be dealing with. So you only have to know which damage or which part of the tree they are, causing the damage, and we can actually help. I didn't hear the other part of the question, but that is what I heard is, or whether you have different species, and I said yes, of course you do have. Have I answered the question, please?
Entonces lo que dice el doctor Clement es que hay que analizar el tipo de ataque que sucede en las palmas y los diferentes árboles. Las plagas van a atacar desde la parte alta de la planta, del árbol, de la palma, o van a atacar en el área intermedia o por debajo en la base. Muchas de las especies van a variar en Sudamérica y en México, pero se puede identificar el tipo de especie de esta plaga dependiendo de cómo atacan a la palma o al árbol.
So probably let me finish my PowerPoint, and then I'll take some questions. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so what I was talking about, management of the insects. And I did mention that, first of all, what you have to do is to be able to identify the insect, because in pest management, if you are not able to know which insect is present, you may be putting, maybe you're doing things that will not even help you. So one critical thing to do is to identify this insect and then where they are. Now, how do you treat the insect? How do you treat them? I did mention that controlling the insect is very, very difficult because of where they are. But there are several things that we can do if you want to treat the insects. First of all, you can use water. It is very important for trees to get enough water so they can produce sap that helps them fight off bark beetle infestation. So in very drought situations, in very dry situation where you don't have enough water, the plant is stressed already. And once the plant is set, because these insects will feed around the bark, they prevent the plant from getting water. So first of all, you need to really make sure that the trees get enough water to be able to fight back their natural system, to be able to fight back the infestation. So water is very important. That's why we want to link this with climate change, which is an issue because as the climate is changing, we are getting areas that are drier and then some places are getting wetter, so it is important that we understand some of these things because sometimes if we are not careful, if the plants are exposed to dry conditions, then the insect infestation will also go up, will be high. So we have to note that. And then pruning. First of all, I said that some of the insects, they start eating the branches, they start around the branches and then they feed. So you have to be pruning, cutting the trees that are not important or that are really not doing well. You have to be cutting them. Very, very important. Now, pruning is important. The only way to control bark beetles with insecticide is to spray the trees before the bark beetle land on them and bore into the wood bore into the wood to lay the egg. So here, what we are saying is that prevention is number one, giving them water, pruning them. But in addition to this, if all of these things fail and you are not able to do it and you want to use insecticide, the good thing to do is that you prevent the insect. So you spray the insecticide before
Jessica, we lost again.
Yes.
I will go through Guatemala. Guatemala, Walfer o María Eugenia, ¿ustedes han tenido problemas con estos escarabajos? Si pueden abrir su cámara y sus micrófonos y van a participar.
Doctor, en el área de Huehuetenango, no tanto, pero sí hemos tenido áreas como el área de Petén, en donde se han tenido problemas con el escarabajo del pino y arrasó con áreas completas de pino. Entonces, no sé realmente si es esta misma especie o es una diferente, pero sí igualmente se ponen, digamos, los ápices, color naranja y se va secando de arriba hacia abajo los árboles y termina secándose completamente.
Si quieres que te traduzca en un momento.
They had they experienced some damage from the bark beetle in the area of Petén. And what they experienced was the pine trees starting to die from the top to the bottom. They starting to notice some orange-ish coloring on the pine trees, and yeah, it destroyed whole areas. I'm not sure how big of the areas were, but it destroyed with whole units of forest.
¿Algo más, María Eugenia, antes de pasarle la palabra a Walfer?
Solamente, doctor, gracias.
Walfer, adelante. Kimberly. Tienen su micrófono apagado.
In the time that is remaining, since we are still missing Dr. Clemente-Coates-Amensa, would any of the participants that are in our panelist rooms, would they like to discuss how prevalent they're seeing any issues with the pine bark beetle? Is it something that is just sporadic, or how common is it?
I can say that in Mexico, all the forestry area is a huge problem with all the pine forestry, and it's making a lot of destruction. And also it's easy to find it in some pecan orchards in the trees. So it's a huge problem in Mexico. And there is not many things that they can be doing with this beetle. Yeah.
It looks like in the room that's titled Kimberly Garcia that there is someone that is ready to speak.
Sí, del área de Huehuetenango con Kimberly García pueden hablar, pero tienen su micrófono apagado.
Maybe not.
Pues adelante.
Doctor,
Adelante, Walter.
podemos, estamos listos para comentar.
Adelante.
Aquí. Porque se traba.
Escuchen los compañeros. Ok, muy buenos días, José Miguel Reyes, trabajo en el Instituto Nacional de Bosques, precisamente
Te van a estar traduciendo. Adelante, Gabriel.
en el departamento de Quiché y de Huehuetenango, de Guatemala. Nosotros
Sí, si gustas, traduce, Gabriel.
hemos tenido una gran experiencia en el tema del manejo de los descortezadores, ya que el INAVE es el ente rector en la materia forestal del país. Hemos tenido grandes pérdidas de bosque a nivel de Huehuetenango, Quiché, San Marcos, Quetzaltenango, Las Verapaces, Petén, el área de Zacapa, con Dendroctonus frontalis, que ha sido el más perjudicial económicamente. Posteriormente tenemos el Mesoamericanus.
¿Puedes hacer una pausa para que traduzcan al inglés, por favor?
So they have experienced a lot of damages in several areas in Guatemala, and they have been able to develop quite a few plague management projects. So because they have experienced a big loss of income through the bark beetle. So they have been able to gain the experience through the loss of all these pine trees and develop some strategies to help fix the problem. Adelante.
Comentaba de que el Dendroctonus frontalis ha sido el más perjudicial económicamente. Posteriormente tenemos el Dendroctonus mesoamericanus, adjuntus y valens. Mas sin embargo, el valens es uno de los que afecta la parte más baja del árbol. No mata el árbol de inmediato, pero debilita para una posterior infestación, quizá de un frontalis o un mesoamericanus.
So they have had 3 different species of the bark beetle attack their local areas. The most prominent species actually doesn't kill the tree entirely, but it attacks the base of the pine tree and it starts weakening the tree. So when a second plague comes and hits the area, it's deadly.
Hemos tenido también ataques secundarios con IPS. Sabemos que el IPS es un descortezador que llega de forma secundaria, pero en algunos lados hemos tenido reportes de ataques de IPS que han sido primarios por algún efecto que ha tenido el árbol de afectación y este ha entrado. Realmente se nos ha complicado bastante cuando es un ataque de magnitudes grandes porque en nuestro medio culturalmente es complicado poder llegar y realizar el saneamiento en conjunto con los pobladores.
So they have had a specific species called EAPS, and that one tends to be a plague that attacks on a secondary basis. It's not a first basis. And due to other factors, this plague has been known to be attacking first now. So they've struggled to come up with a plan to prevent this. Also in the larger areas, because they have to coordinate with the local natives to be able to partner and come up with a plan.
Uno de los ataques más importantes que hemos tenido de endoctonos frontalis fue en el departamento de Quiché, específicamente en el municipio de Canillá, que se afectaron alrededor de 85 hectáreas de bosque, con un total de más o menos 60 o 70 propietarios de bosques, que se hizo un trabajo conjunto y en un año se logró detener ese brote que ha sido el más importante que hemos tenido en la región.
So in a specific area, they had a specific attack that approximately affected 85 acres that belonged to 70 different landowners. So there was 70 people that were affected by this plague. And within a year, they were able to contain the plague and start working towards restoring the health of these trees.
Pero les cabe mencionar que en nuestras áreas, las zonas boscosas, predomina el Pinus o carpa, el Pinus montezuma, que son los más atractivos para este tipo de descortezadores.
So in their area, they have a specific type of pine tree called Moctezuma that is attacked the most by the bark beetle. So it's the main pine tree in the area, and it's about the favorite for this plague.
¿Verdad?
Gracias.
Sí.
We are being joined again by Dr. Kotsa-Mensah.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, I'm getting some issues here with my internet. Am I supposed to continue or my time is up?
We have been having our panelists from Mexico and Guatemala go through and tell us about the presence of pine bark beetle in their area and inviting questions, but I'm not seeing any questions in there. So you have plenty of time to go through and continue speaking if you wish.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Let me see if I can share my screen again.
While we wait, I would like to encourage all of the people who are attending this at home, please feel free to ask questions in the question and answer box that is on the bottom of your screen. We have translators that can go through and relay your questions to us. So please feel free.
Yeah. Can I continue, please?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was talking about insecticides, and I did mention that spraying an insecticide is not an issue. First of all, what you want to do is that you want to target your insect to be able to get it. And where this insect is hidden, most contact insecticides are not able to get them. So you need to get an insecticide that will go through the plant, which is a systemic insecticide. And I did say that we do not recommend that because it has some issues, when you use, systemic insecticide. But then to use a contact insecticide, you have to time the insect's presence so that as soon as you spray, the spray will get to the insect and kill them. And to be able to do that, you should know the phenology of the insect as they migrate from wherever that either they overwinter wherever that they hide. As they are moving into your forest, then you go in to spray. In that case, you find the insect and spray them. And one insecticide that has been used to control bark beetle is silo. You know, this insecticide is a long-lasting pyrethroid. It has a residual effect, which means that it can stay in the field for a long time. But these are things that we are trying to discourage because of the fact that these insecticides have some adverse effect on us as humans. So we try to discourage that. But if you come to a point that you do not know what to do, then of course insecticide will be your last resort. But I think I will leave that when we get to the question time, if anyone has any question. So I think at this point, I'm done with my presentation. And I want to thank everyone for listening. Dr. Jessica, thank you so much for your patience with me. On and off, it's African thing. So please forgive me. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. We have been having issues here as well, so I don't think it's completely just Africa. I would ask again, while we have Clement, if there are any questions that the audience has for him. Caleb, can you please translate the question that we have that's shown up?
Yeah, so we have a question from Jorge Vázquez. Let's see, and I'll read it in Spanish first. ¿En qué ha contribuido el cambio climático con proliferación del gorgojo de pino? ¿Y será que las nuevas generaciones de pino han creado resistencia contra el ataque del gorgojo? So, how has the climate change helped the bark beetle, specifically for pine tree? How has climate change affected and aided in the resistance they have against the insecticide, and also do the new pine trees that have been that are newer, the new generations, have they developed stronger resistance against the bark beetle attack?
No, I would say no. Now, let me address the first question on climate change. And as you know, that possibly two scenarios that we can have where pine grows. Either we have very wet conditions or very dry conditions. Now, when we have a wet condition, it means that the plant will have enough water to be able to withstand any attack.
Can you give opportunity to translate, Dr. Jacobson? Yeah.
So specifically for the attack of, Spanish. Específicamente para el ataque del gorgojo alpino, hay dos situaciones. La primera es que haya mucha humedad, dando oportunidad al pino a que sea menos susceptible a los ataques del gorgojo, y también y del lado contrario, que no haya suficiente humedad, pero que sea una temporada muy seca. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so these two scenarios, the one that is very important is the drier conditions, because when a plant is exposed to drought, originally they might be doing well, but as soon as you have them developing in drought, already they are stressed. And when the insects come, they bring in additional stress to the plant. So these scenarios are, could happen when we have climate change. But right now, what I can say is that I have not read that there's any species of pine that is resistant to that, to the insect. The only thing we can do is to manage the plant so that to be able to withstand damage. Yeah.
Durante la temporada seca, durante sequías y falta de agua y de humedad, los pinos son más susceptibles a los ataques del gorgojo. Lo que pasa en este momento es que ya las nuevas generaciones de pinos no van a tener nueva o mejor resistencia contra los ataques. sino que cada pino y cada árbol va a tener que ser tratado independientemente, especialmente en sequías, que es cuando es más susceptible a los ataques del gorgojo. Ok, voy a la pregunta de Kimberly García. ¿Podría repetir el nombre del insecticida? Okay, so we have another question. Can you repeat the name of the insecticide that you mentioned?
You're muted, Dr. Eckudsen. They're asking the name of the insecticide that you.
It's silo. It's a pyrethroid. So okay, this is a brand name, but if you find any pyrethroid, so find any pyrethroid. If you don't want to control, pyrethroid can do that. So the silo is just a common.
Yeah, you're losing.
Guatemala, but the actual compound is silo.
El nombre del insecticida de la marca es Silo, SYLO.
Yes.
Y ese es el componente que se usa principalmente.
And it is also a cypermethrin. That's the compound name, so it may be called differently. The cypermethrin is general, but the silo may be called differently, so if you find any insecticide that has cypermethrin in it or a pyrethroid, please, that is the one that you can use. And that is a contact one. It's not the one that will go through the plant, as a systemic one.
Entonces, el componente activo en el silo es deme un momento para.
Piretroides.
Sí, pero, ¿cómo dices?
Piretroides. Piretroides y que debe ser de contacto, no tanto sistémico.
Dr. Kotsaminsa.
Yes.
So the pine trees are found in a wide variety of areas.
Yes.
Are the beetles more confined to a certain temperature range or elevation where they're going through and affecting these pine trees? Or do you find them everywhere that you can have pine trees growing?
Yes, everywhere that you can find pine trees growing, they have adapted. This insect and plant, they evolve together. So wherever that the plant is located, they also evolve to withstand the conditions there and then be able to utilize, the tree as, So from the south to the north, Rocky Mountains, all those areas, wherever, even Missouri, there are pine, but the severity of damage may differ from one region to the other because it depends on management of the forest and then the pine trees themselves. So there are different species that can live in different areas, and some species they prefer some varieties of the pine, others do not. So these are all things that are happening within that. So I can say that wherever that there is a pine, the bark beetle is able to attack it. Yeah.
Thank you so very much.
We have another question from Edwin Reyes. ¿Cómo influye, favorece en el cambio climático en la aptitud de los descortezadores? ¿Esperamos ataques más fuertes en estos escenarios futuros? So the question is, how does, again, similar question, how does climate change affect the strength of these bark beetles? Can we expect stronger attacks in the future?
Yes, we should, because there have been several studies and evidence that have shown that insects eat more when the temperature is high because their metabolism goes up because, you know, for even humans, when you are sweating and you are doing some, you know, your metabolism goes up. So wherever that we have any slight change in temperature, it goes along with either the insect eating more, damaging more, or causing more damage. So, you know, climate change is highly related, you know, to insect activity. So definitely the insect will eat more, high metabolism. But if the other side comes, like we have very cold situations, then it slows down their metabolism. So depending on where you are in the world, where the location and where the insects are, they will respond to those, you know, changes depending on where. But as we know, we are all predicting a slight increase in temperature, you know, over the next 50 years to 100 years. We'll see that. So we are postulating or hypothesizing that there will be increase in damage based on that. Yeah.
Pues para responder la pregunta de Edwin Reyes, dice el doctor Clement que sí, efectivamente podemos esperar ataques más fuertes. El descortezador es muy susceptible al cambio de clima. Entre más caliente esté el clima, más se acelera el metabolismo del insecto y más consumen. Es muy parecido al sistema humano, donde entre más actividad y más calor haya, más se acelera el metabolismo. Entonces los descortezadores van a estar comiendo más mientras el clima incremente en temperatura. Entonces, con el cambio climático, como se han estado viendo los efectos en las altas temperaturas, se puede esperar que los ataques sean más fuertes y más rápidos, ya que los cortezadores y su metabolismo va a acelerar también. Estos ataques, dependiendo del clima, van a depender del área, del país y de la humedad también.
Yeah, and one thing that I will encourage our partners is that they should have a system to monitor the insect over time. Because once you get a long-term data, then you'll be able to predict better. You know, make sure we want to encourage all of us that as we conduct pest management, we have to have historic data to inform us as to the future. In terms of temperatures that we are seeing, I know that all the countries have temperatures, you know, locations that they monitor weather conditions. So it is for insect, we believe that it's important for us to work closely with our climatologists to be able to monitor the activities and then population over time. So these are things that we want to encourage all of us, so we can share data and then see how best we can all move forward with control in terms of a long-term, you know, decisions that we want to make in terms of, you know, managing this insect. So that is what I can, you know, encourage all of us to do.
Okay, una sugerencia adicional que tiene el doctor Clement es que en el manejo de la peste y del descortezador lleven un itinerario y mantengan un registro de todos los ataques a través de los años. Entre más historial tengamos acerca de cómo se comportan y tengamos una comparación entre temperatura y ataques, mejor vamos a poder tener un plan de manejo para el futuro. El historial de estos ataques y toda la información que se mantenga va a poder ayudar a desarrollar los planes de manejo de peste.
Well, it is almost 10 o'clock. Dr. Babu, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Can you please open up your video and share? Would you like to show your PowerPoint, or would you like us to put the common one up?
I'll use from here.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Dr. Babu. I sorry for not pronouncing your last name. I believe I would butcher it. Please introduce yourself as you go through and discuss different diseases. I believe you're focusing on fungal diseases that affect the bean plant.
Okay, thank you very much, Jess. First of all, thanks to the organizers of the project monitoring emergent plant and animal diseases for food security in America for giving me a chance to talk to you all. Good morning.
Good morning.
Maybe somewhere in good afternoon, maybe. And for Clement, it is kind of a good noon. Well, I'm Babu Valivaran. I'm a faculty here in Lincoln University, mainly working on legumes. And I'll share my slides now. 1 minute.
It looks like we have a large class joining us from Mexico.
Well, can you see my slides now?
No.
Okay, what I'll do is do one more time. Can you see my slides now?
We are.
Can you see now?
There might be a little bit of a delay. We do not have it up yet.
Can you see now? I can see it.
No.
We see your Windows Explorer window is what we're seeing.
Stop share. I'll do one more time.
Maybe try just sharing PowerPoint itself and not the desktop, maybe.
Okay. Can you see now?
Yes, we see the PowerPoint window. It's not in the slideshow view.
No.
Yes, except it has the notes on the side.
Huh.
There, if you go to display settings, right there, top there, display settings. You should be able to switch it to duplicate.
Can you see now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Wow, it's a huge task. Well, okay, so I'll be giving, my presentation will be focused mainly on the diseases of legume plants. And you can see some of the major legumes over here in this picture. So what we are facing now, we are facing two major issues in the world now. One is the population increase. 1 minute. One major issue is the population increase. Another one is the drastic climate change. So both of this warrant the food security. So we have to at least make double the production of the crop or food what we are making today to feed the billions of the world. So climate change, mitigating climate change, or addressing climate change issues like drought, flooding, or other high temperature is very much important in the case of crop improvement and crop production. So this climate change, as Dr. Kortsen mentioned, this climate change affects all aspects of crop production, starting Either it is a drought or high temperature affecting the bean or legume quality or legume yield, or appearance of new pests, appearance of new diseases due to this erratic climate change pattern. So we have to, this is the high time to address or look very closely the major diseases or major stresses of crop plants. So, I mean, everybody is taking this very serious. I mean, look at, see what the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon mentioned. Diversification of crops with the legumes and other practical measures must be scaled up to end hunger while meeting the challenge of climate change. So legumes certainly have a big role in climate change mitigation, and also for addressing the hunger issue in the world. So we all know that. What are legumes? Legumes are the rich source of proteins and also the source of vegetable oil. And as I mentioned, it builds food security. And above all, for the soil, we get more nutrient like biological nitrogen fixation, and that helps the sustainable farming solutions. So here, in this, you all know that the 2016 was International Year of Pulses. So the World Health Organization and UN claimed this as an International Year of Pulses, and had a lot of focuses in 2016 on pulse research, pulse education, and pulse-related all aspects of traits and that kind of stuff. So in this talk, I'll be focusing mainly on common bean, one of the legumes, that dry beans, and the fungal disease affecting the dry beans or common bean, which cause major yield loss. The 2020 statistics shows that there are about close to 28 million tons are produced, and most of them are produced from in the Americas. So we all know about the common bean, but still, I can give you some kind of a genetic background, how it is and what it is. So we know that these are staple food that does not require any industrial processing. When compared to soybean, in the case of soybean, you need industrial processing, but in the case of common bean, you don't need any processing. And it's a major protein source all over the world, and provide minerals and essential components for human health. So when you look at the common bean, how this plant and how this plant originated, and what are the different types of plants, you can see the common bean originated kind of 8,000 years back. I mean, domesticated about 8,000 years back in Mexico and the South American peninsula. So during the domestication, there are two types of common bean pools out there. There is Mesoamerican common beans. They are mainly on the Mexico and Colombia area. You can see that. And also Andean, that is mainly on Peru, Argentina, that area that is domesticated. Then recently, about 500 years back, this dried beans were brought to the Liberian Peninsula. Then from there, it is distributed to Africa, and then to all over in Asia and Europe. So originating from Americas, then moved to all over the world. So this graph shows the production of the common bean. You can see kind of a steady increase of common bean production in the world. And the statistics of 2020 shows that we got about 28 million, but we need more to produce. For that, we have to address a lot of goals, or we have to set a lot of goals. Like we need to improve the yield, definitely. And to improve the yield, we have to look at the stress adaptation and resilience, like high temperature or flooding or drought. And we have to look at the disease and insect resistance in common bean. Then we have to improve the seed composition and the nutrition quality. Can we improve its protein content? Can we improve the amino acids that can help the common bean? So I'll be focusing mainly on the disease aspects of the common bean in this talk, as I mentioned before. So the common bean diseases cause drastic yield loss. I mean, sometimes no yield, or maybe 10% to no yield, or 20% to no yield due to this. And if you look at the diseases, and the latest survey shows that there are about close to 200 different types of diseases in common bean affecting yield. So major diseases are kind of fungus, virus, and fungi, virus, and bacteria, and nematodes, and some other pests. So in this presentation, I'll be talking mainly about the 4 major fungal diseases. One is mainly on the South American region and some in the Central America too. White mold, angular leaf spot, web blight, and rhizoctonia root rot. So if you look at the overall picture of the common bean diseases, you can see bean production is kind of limited by or constrained, affected by different phytosanitary problems, like some seeds are infected, or maybe the fields are infected, and the lack of disease-resistant variety. So we need to develop a lot of disease-resistant varieties to address this issue. So this picture shows the different fungal diseases, what I mentioned just now. The slide panel A and B shows the white mold symptoms. You can see how it is affecting on the leaf and also the stem. And C shows a plant having white mold. Then this is kind of how we look like in the culture flight. And if you go to E and F, you can see the angular leaf spot. And G is the best, I mean, the fungus is causing the angular leaf spot. Then the H, picture H shows the web blight symptoms. And picture I shows the rhizoctonia root rot. I mean, this petri plate shows the different fungus spores, how we grow it in the lab for the identification. So first, white mold. What are the major symptoms of the white mold? It's a very destructive disease for the common bean all over the world, especially in the Latin America. So it lost about 80 to 100% of the production. And also it affects all parts of the plant, mainly leaf and stem. And it looked like the symptoms look like the water-soaked lesions on leaves and stems. Then the fungal mycelia, or the fungal tubes, grow to a sclerotia. It become a mass at the internal and external tissues. It will be inside the plant and also outside the plant. And also the plant looking very necrotic. Plant will appear bleached, and finally, and after defoliation happens, and then cause the death. So what are the environmental factors, I mean, affecting disease development? Well, like the moisture or water vapor, or water drops, or moisture conditions in the soil is the major cause for the disease development. Because this fungus needs this moisture to invade or to attack other plants, and also colonize this fungus in the plant. And also another one is the temperature. The temperature during the growing season too high, then it make apothecia. So the rate of production is affected with the different temperature extremes. So moisture and high temperature is a problem for the disease development. So yeah, as you know that, this is clearly connected to the global climate changes. nowadays we can see higher temperature and more rain or more drought, erratic pattern. So these patterns can make this disease spread more over the production regions. So how it spread? The sclerotia, or the mass of the fungal mycelia that goes to other plant and adjacent plant, infect other adjacent plant. And also the fungal spores also infect the adjacent plants. So this sclerotia, that means that the fungal mass will fall down to the soil, and the soil will get infected. And also the infected plants dies, they also go to soil, they also get infected. So from the soil, it can infect the plants very quickly. And another major issue is that it can reside, or it can live in that soil for about more than almost 8 years. So that means it's very difficult for us to control this in the field. So another way of spreading is the contaminated seeds. Sometimes we have contaminated seeds in our seed mix, or a good seed mix, then that will cause this disease. Or sometimes the sclerotia will be in our runoff water, or irrigation water, or runoff water. That will also help to spread it. And the wind may blow this spores to the other plants of some long distances that can also infect the plant. So how do we manage it? So the best method is resistant and tolerant cultivars. Any of the disease or any of the disease resistance, the best way is to manage it in a genetic way. That means we have to find out resistant and tolerant cultivars, use that for our propagation. But the research is developing this resistant cultivars is still in progress. So cultural practices, or we can use the cultural practices like rotation and tillage, because if you till the land, maybe the spores may go more down there, so it won't get affected very quick to the seed. Or it would be good if you dry the soil and plant surfaces, but that's a very laborious work and it won't be easy for a large plantation. Another one is the use of plants with the growing upright. So then and also wide row spacing. So it won't be enough. There won't be enough chance for them to touch each other or fly the spores from one plant to another plant. Another method is the biological control. You can use some antagonistic fungi like trichoderma or some bacterial species that can help to control this white mold. But as you all know, that fungicide is the more convenient option for all the fungal disease. But major problem is that if you use this fungicide for several years, you will lose. You'll get a fungicide resistance from this pathogen. So what are the genetic solutions up to now? Up to now, there are no commercial varieties available with white mold resistance. Now, researchers are working very hard to get that into the varieties. So we can see that the lower levels of resistance in genotypes from Mexico and Colombia. But you can see some comparatively high level of resistance, the genotypes going in the Andean region, like Argentina, Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador. So you can see a little bit higher level of resistance. That's what we found. The scientists found out. So they think that getting some genes from the Andean origin and put it in the other origin common beans can help improve the resistance. So recently, the Colombian Research Center, the CIAT, released a variety, line A195, not a variety, a germplasm, that shows a good amount of resistance. So what this shows that we need, since this pathogen behave different in Mexico, different in Colombia, different in Andean origin, we need regional common bean breeding programs that aim obtaining broadly adapted cultivars. So we have to address those specific isolates from different countries and develop varieties that can grow anywhere in the Americas. The next disease I'm going to talk about is the common bean web blight. This is also a very important, economically important epidemic. So this is caused by a fungus, Rhizoctonia solani. That's a kind of a common fungus, mostly in the plants, and especially the bean plants. You can see from this map, the red color shows that how intense and how far all this Rhizoctonia infection is there. So you can see most of the parts in the world, it is this presence of this pathogen. What it does, it causes defoliation, the leaves will fall down, and also finally the crop will die. So that will reduce crop yield. At the same time, it affects the seed quality. Sometimes the protein quality of this seed goes very low. So what are the symptoms? It makes some lesions. This picture shows a lesion on a common bean pod. I mean, it makes lesions on the green leaves and also on pods. Then lesion becomes water soft, and when it water soft, it will become larger and coalesce and become a scalded appearance. So again, like any other fungal disease or fungal organism, it covered the host with whitish mycelium. So that caused the web blight. So always this sclerotia is a major issue with these fungal diseases. So what are the environment factors? It like rain, it like humidity, it like moderately high temperature. So if you have all this thing in your farm or in your area, growing area, yes, this will grow. Because raindrops are very important source for the infection. Because when the raindrops fall in the soil, this sclerotia in the soil splash on the bean leaves. So that's how it starts affecting. Again, the climate change will directly affect on this disease spread. So how it spreads? So spread from the dead plants which already infected. If you have some dead plants in the field already infested, it can spread from there. And if you don't do any crop rotation, so you do only bean every year, there's a chance for getting this thing to spread. Then more weed in your location, and using contaminated seeds, the seeds mixed with the infected seeds. And also, if you have some varieties, if you don't know which variety you're growing, sometimes your varieties don't have the genetic potential to resist this disease. And as I mentioned, the high moisture conditions make more slugs. So normally it's seen that the early vegetative stage and also right after flowering and pod setting, this one spread very quickly and make poor seed field. Number of seeds will be less, or the size of the seed will be small, and then the yield loss. So how we can manage it? There are different integrated management system we can use. The first one is mulching. So if you do put mulching, what happens is that when the raindrop falls down, it won't connect to the soil straight away. So we can avoid splashing of this sclerotia to the plant. Then sanitation of infected crop and crevice. Whatever the old debris of this plant or grown before or infected plants around, just burn it down. I mean, or take it away and burn it down. And try to do some seed treatment and plant seeds free of internal and external contaminations. Then use the crop rotation with non-host, such as use cereals or tobacco or grasses. So then you can control this plant. Again, fungicide, there are specific fungicides you can use for the common bean applications like banamide. So they can use that for web blight, like banamide or fentine hydroxide or triphenate methyl, or a combination of all these things can be used to control this disease. Genetic solution. still, I mean, as I told you that, as I mentioned earlier, that the breeding program and developing molecular genetic program is still in progress. We don't have any completely resistant varieties or a germplasm for this disease. There are some cultivars in some countries of moderate level of resistance. The problem is, again, the different isolates. I mean, the plants growing in Argentina itself have about 4 or 5 different types of fungal isolates. So it is very difficult to find out, develop a variety that can address all those isolates. For the time being, the Argentinian Center for Research, they identified Lelis B30 and Lelis CR5 show some resistance. Again, like in earlier case, we have to develop regional common breeding programs. So we have to develop the breeding program for a specific sites in Argentina, or specific sites in Colombia, or specific site in Guatemala, then develop adapted cultivars. The next disease is an angular leaf spot. This is caused by a fungus called Pseudocercospora griseola. Again, it makes a lot of yield loss, severe yield loss, and it's about 80% yield loss in Mexico and Brazil, about 50% in the USA, and about 40 to 60% in Colombia because of this. And you can see in the picture a field infested with the angular leaf spot. Even the wild plants, normally we consider wild plants have a lot of resistance to a lot of diseases and other stresses, but even some wild plants also get infected by this fungus. That shows that how severe this is. So what it does, it's affecting the yield and quality of a common bean. So what are the major symptoms? This appears mostly on leaves. Normally after infection in 6 days, it can show some lesions on the leaves. And primary leaves, and also after flowering and early pod set. So these lesions appear on the primary leaves and sometimes on flowering time and also during the pod set. So what happens is that the small lesions, after 6 days, it infected the plant, it become big and the color changes to brown, then having a chlorotic halo around that lesion. Then the leaf margin, you cannot see the leaf margin in a right way. So it become more necrotic after 9 days of infection. That shows that how fast or how quick this fungus affecting the plant. So what happens after 9 days of infection, that the lesions become big and cause necrosis, then leaf yellowing and premature defoliation. So you've seen that in the picture before, that there's a leaf yellowing of the field because of this severe symptom. So what are the environment factors? So normally this conidia or the bacterial spores, the fungal spores are spread by wind or water droplets. As you know, as I mentioned before, when water splashes, the spore from the soil go to the plant. And major issues during warm and humid areas. So like if you grow somewhere in like an Andean region that's warm, and also or Central America, it is more severe. So the optimal temperature is at 20 to 25 degrees centigrade, but the conidia, it can develop or infect more, even the little bit drastic temperature. So I've found that there's some kind of a mobile app developed by some of the researchers. I mean, then using this mobile app, you can identify or you can measure the severity of the infection. Again, because of the heavy wind or rain or rising temperature, all those global climate changes affect the disease development. So how it spread? Like in other fungal disease from the plant debris. And see, again, it stay there for about a year or two, this sclerotia or spores in the soil. and that is the cause of another cause of infection. And the splashing soil water, the soil can get this spore in contact with the plant, and different cropping system also affect. For example, it's seen that if you grow in association with the corn or sweet potato or cassava, you can see more spread. And if you use some other crops, you see less less spread. Integrated management, again, resistant cultivars. That's what we need, but we are lacking that one. Crop rotation, at least 2 years you have to do crop rotation, and treat your seed. Then use find out the non-pathogen seeds, and make sure that when you plant it, there is no excessive moisture in the field. And also, if you have some old plants or old crop or infected plants in your plantation, take it out and burn it out. Then you can use a lot of different fungicides, like Furban, sulfur adherent combinations you can use. Zinab you can use, binoamyl you can use, thiophanate you can use, or you can spray systemic fungicide also. And it shows that if you use some systemic fungicide like bioethanol, the yield increases about 45%. You can do the seed treatment with a combination of binoamyl or Captain Zinab. Then the treated seeds can help you to mitigate this disease. So what are the genetic solutions? The breeding program is going very heavily in different places like SIAT and Argentina. So there are a couple of genes identified. Like you can see that PHG1, PHG4, and 5 from the Andean gene pool, from the Peru or Guatemala, Chile area, and also gene phase 2 and phase 3 from Colombian and Mexican varieties or gene pool. So this genetic committee is doing very heavily working on this fire-resistant genes, and there are some wild plants we identified that have some phase 1, 4, and 5 genes, and people are now the common bean breeders are using these genes to develop varieties with maximum resistance. At present, it is not a complete solution, even though we can use Mexico 11 and 12 varieties, Mexico 11 or Mexico 12, or Cacua 27A, or Pendelima, or Carauta 260, as kind of a moderate resistance to these alternative leaf spot. So also another good thing is that at present, because the genome is sequenced and we have a diagnostic molecular markers. So that's kind of some DNA, pieces of DNA. If this plant is having this fungal disease, we can use these markers to identify the severity of this disease. So the last one is the Rhizoctonia root rot. That is also caused by Rhizoctonia solani. The major isolates are the AG1, AG2, AG4, and AG5 that's infecting more on the plant. And about 18 to 20 degrees centigrade soil temperature is good for this plant, this fungus to grow and make the disease. And it is estimated yield loss sometimes 100%. And recent study shows that about 60% in Brazil and about 20 to 30% in the Central America. What are the major symptoms you can see from this picture? This induces damping of a stem canker, a root and pod rot. Mainly, it rots the root. It makes the dark circular or cankers or sunken cankers. You can see from this here the cankers are the progress of cankers. Then the canker, when it develops, the color changes from red. Then the root area becomes more pithy, and the plants grow very short. Then plant death. You can see one of the picture infected by the root and the wilted plant, and you see one of the plantation showing the plant death due to this Rhizoctonia root rot. So how it spread? This spread mainly about like a sclerotian spores. That's a kind of a way of all the most of the fungal diseases spread among the crop. So in transplanting, if you take some seedlings and you transplant the infected seedlings, that's the one way they infect seeds and irrigation water, because this sclerotian spores remains in water and in soil. That contamination, the irrigation water can also cause. And obviously the wind blows the soil particle along with this sclerotia that also infect the plants. So how it infect from one plant to another plant? What happened from through the root? They make the mycelial bridges, the fungal mycelial bridges between plant roots. Then it infect the plant next to the first plant. So that's how it make a big network of this mycelial bridges that infect whole cultivation. Manage, yes, we need resistant cultivars, but it is shown that the biological control using trichoderma is more effective, and these cultural practices are more effective. The study shows that. So if you use a shallow planting, I mean that means you put the seeds a little bit deeper in the soil, not more deeper in the soil. But the problem is that, I mean, as you know, that if you plant on shallow, it cannot stand straight for a long time. It may lodge. Delayed planting is another option, that when the temperature goes to a little bit higher, then you can plant it. Crop rotation. Use some non-host crops like wheat, oats, and barley. Don't use a corn or soybean as a crop rotation for this. Use this kind of a crop. And also soil amendment. Add some biological control agents in the soils that can help. So again, you can use chemical control for this to mitigate this disease, or also fungicide and herbicide. So, or you can steam the soil. You can steam the soil if you grow it in the greenhouse or or high tunnel. You can steam the soil to 60 degrees, then use that soil for growing this plant. Or binomial, or carboxin, tertan, zinab, or chlorinab. All these fungicides are effective on this to mitigate this disease. Genetic solution. It is still in the prime stage. We don't have any varieties developed, but a lot of breeding program like any other diseases. But some two major genes are identified, like defensin-like genes or TNL genes. So the breeders think that the genes can help. Introgressing the gene into the varieties growing in our area can help resist this disease. So more studies needed, but at present we say that Urabe Redondo and Venezuela 54 kind of a little bit resistant cultivars available in the market. So again, in this case also we have some genomic information like molecular markers. We can trace or identify or diagnose this disease in plant. So I just talked to you about or described to you about the 4 major fungal diseases affecting the common bee. But what we need, you can see from my presentation that we need genetically diverse and nutritionally enhanced germplasm. And also we need more effective phenotyping strategy. Phenotyping means how we can identify this fungus from the onset, and how we can quantify the fungal infection in the progress of the plant that can help us to apply the control measures. We need both genetic and agronomic improvement. As you can see that for all this disease, we don't have any completely resistant varieties available. So we need more research on genetics and agronomics than develop this variety. So we have to use the genes, what we identified, or the ones going to identify soon in the breeding program to have the disease-resistant varieties. So the acknowledgement mainly to Lincoln University, my lab, my students over there, Sakina, Kusum, and Joshua. And we are collaborating with University of California, Davis, with the polycaps, Travis, and working on the common bean nematode resistance with the Ainanshi in Arkansas. The major funding for this research is from the USDA Event Surrender program. And here is my contact address. And if you have any questions, please feel free to email me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Babu. There is a question for you that is in the question and answer. Gabriel, can you go through and ask that?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and ask it in English, then translate to Spanish, and then I'll translate the answer after that. So the question from Lumna Abunyash says, is the presence of certain fungi and bacteria from the bean beetle gut it's an indicator to what microbes can affect the beans? In Spanish, en español, es la presencia de ciertos hongos y bacterias del intestino del escarabajo del frijol un indicador de qué microbios pueden afectar los frijoles?
So the answer to the question is that we need more investigation on that, the microbiome or the gut microbiome of that the host. Then we have to see how it affecting different types of bees. Yes, there's a possibility of some of the microbes can help produce some diseases, like some bacterial diseases.
Entonces la pregunta era, otra vez voy a repetir la pregunta, es la presencia de ciertos hongos y bacterias del intestino del escarabajo del frijol un indicador de qué microbios pueden afectar los frijoles. El doctor Babu comenta que en esta específica área se necesita más investigación. Se necesita investigar en cada caso específicamente cómo afecta al frijol y a la planta, pero que sí, posiblemente los microbios pueden afectar o contribuir de diferentes formas a la planta, pero este tema todavía está bajo investigación.
Bueno. ¿Qué experiencia se tiene para el control con el uso de bioinsumos en el caso de frijol?
Voy a traducir la pregunta.
¿Qué experiencia se tiene con el uso de bioinsumos en lugar de el uso de control químico?
Okay, so what's the experience in the usage of bio inputs for these plagues instead of typical chemicals and insecticides?
Yeah, we can see in the biological controls, or the crop rotation, or some of the some of the trichoderma applications, and even some of the bacterial applications. It's showing some improvement, but the problem is that how we address the large acreages. So for that, we need definitely genetically modified or improved varieties or germplasm that can mitigate or that can resist this pathogen attack.
Okay, entonces la respuesta también está bajo investigación, pero uno de los, sí se puede usar los bioinsumos, pero el problema surge cuando se aplica a áreas muy grandes, cuando hay muchos acres y muchas hectáreas, se necesita usar insumos que han sido modificados genéticamente. Entonces, el mayor problema es cuando se aplica en cantidades más grandes.
But the cultural practices, that the cultural practices have a lot of impact on controlling this disease. So if you have, in some cases, if you have a little bit wider rows of your planting, that can reduce a little bit. Or use some of the germplasm or varieties that can go straight, that also help. And also the crop rotation. You have to select those specific crops, kind of a non-host crops, when you do the crop rotation. So that's having a lot of effects, and a lot of research publications on that one shows that it is having, it reduces the yield a lot, but not very highly significant though, but it reduces the yield.
Okay, we have another question. Let me forward it to the group. This question was sent to me directly, so give me 1 second, please. It says, what's the condition of the content of the organic matter in soil, where there's a bigger percentage of sickness and disease, mainly in rhizoctonia and sclerotinia. Give me 1 second to read the question in Spanish. ¿Cuál es la condición de contenido de materia orgánica en los suelos en donde existe mayor incidencia de enfermedades fungosas, principalmente rhizoctonia y sclerotinia?
So can you translate that one more time in English, please?
Yes. So what's the condition of the content of organic matter in soils where there's a higher chance of fungi and diseases, mainly rhizoctonia and sclerotinia?
Yes, I mean, that's a reason. You can see from that world map of how the rhizoctonia is kind of spreading all over the world. I mean, yes, the high chances over there. I mean, on this contamination rhizoctonia, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, give me 1 second. And the question is asking, what's the content of the organic matter? Is there any answer for that part specifically?
No, I don't have that. I mean, normally people does that. They mix that with the trichoderma or some of the bacteria and kind of make the organic matter, I mean, the soil more rich. That can. Other than that, I don't have much idea about it.
El doctor, a la pregunta de cuál es la condición de contenido de materia orgánica en los suelos, el doctor dice que principalmente no sabe bien la respuesta, pero que la tendencia es que el contenido de materia orgánica sea más alto y más rico en diferentes nutrientes. Okay. Thank you.
Can we take a moment now and ask our visitors what this disease looks like for them? So Mexico, Guatemala, how often and how prevalent do you see this disease? What does it look like for you?
Okay, para nuestros invitados latinos, la pregunta es, ¿qué experiencia tienen ustedes con estas enfermedades? ¿Qué tan seguido tienen que lidiar con la enfermedad y qué sugerencias o cuál es su experiencia con las soluciones?
Mira, la experiencia en México es que un 75% de la superficie que se siembra de frijoles de temporal, entonces vas a enfrentarte a otro tipo de problemática, al menos aquí. En Sinaloa sería donde pudiera presentarse más el problema porque allá es un sistema de riego extensivo.
Okay, so from the members in Mexico, they are saying that what they experience is a little bit different because 75% of the bean plantation is seasonal. So, okay. 1 second.
How about in Guatemala?
¿En Guatemala tienen alguna experiencia?
Sí, buen día. En relación a nuestro país, pues, por decirlo así, da la diversidad climática que existe, pues, y da las especies nativas como centro de origen y distribución del frijol, pues existen, digamos, ya algunas variedades, en este caso, desarrolladas para tener resistencia a este tipo de enfermedades. Principalmente lo que es la escochita, lo que son los virus, las royas principalmente. Dadas esas condiciones, pues ya existen esas variedades adaptadas a las regiones, la región norte, sur, oriente y occidente. En este caso, siempre sabemos de que las enfermedades y los hongos van asociados, digamos, a lo que es la humedad, la variable esta climática. El problema más que todo se da en la fase de invierno. Acá pues existen las dos épocas ahí de producción, ¿va? Que es la época de verano y la época de invierno. En la época de invierno es donde se suscitan este tipo de enfermedades, pero a nivel general, por decirlo así, el daño es leve, tomando en cuenta que los agricultores, de los aspectos principalmente de la procedencia de la semilla, porque ese es un aspecto también importante, ¿verdad? Que esta semilla no venga contaminada, su respectiva desinfección y por supuesto a los suelos. Acá en la región donde nos encontramos, que es Huehuetenango, que es una zona templada y fría, sí, a veces la materia orgánica o se exagera muchas veces del abono y eso de alguna manera, como bien se sabe, pues acidifica los suelos y ese es un problema no solo para las enfermedades como el fitium, el fusarium, en este caso, sino que también tiene que ver con la buena asimilación de lo que son los nutrientes del suelo. Entonces, en ese sentido, el problema más allá de las enfermedades lo tenemos en las plagas a nivel del almacenamiento, es decir, el manejo post cosecha, que principalmente ahí es donde está el problema que tienen los agricultores a nivel de daño de la semilla que obtienen de sus producciones. Y una de las plagas, yo sé que estamos en el tema de enfermedades, pero la plaga acá que está afectando, que representa como más del 60% de daño en términos de 2 meses en almacenamiento, es el gorgojo del frijol. Entonces, sin embargo, nuevamente en relación a las enfermedades sí se dan problemas, pero son leves y tenemos esa ventaja de algunos materiales ya resistentes en base a las regiones que les indiqué que existe la producción a nivel del país. Y algo importante y de conciencia es principalmente que de nuestros materiales silvestres con que contamos nosotros en nuestro país, pues es de seguirlos conservando porque ahí está el potencial genético ante este tipo de enfermedades que de alguna manera en ciertas regiones pues pueden ser un problema ahí perjudicial, ¿verdad? Para nuestros agricultores, pero a nivel general nuestro problema más que todo se da en plagas en post cosecha. Gracias.
So the panelist from Guatemala, he mentioned that in Guatemala, they basically have 2 seasons that they experience, summer and winter. Most of the diseases happen in the winter. They have a lower damage to the plant, and that's when there is high humidity in the soil and in the environment. So what they have dealt with mostly is where the seed is coming from. If the seed is contaminated or is coming from an environment that has been affected by pollution or contamination by other diseases, the crop is going to see the same results. In terms of the matter on the soil, the more acidic the matter is, the more they have seen diseases on the beans. They have also experienced 60% of the diseases they have experienced are in storage. When the product has already been harvested, they have experienced 60% of the diseases because of some of the different plagues. He did mention that they have some advantages due to native just qualities of the soil and other environmental qualities that it makes it a little easier for them to experience less of a plague and disease in their crops.
Gabriel, did he say what qualities they were of the soil that made them their crops more resistant?
He did not, but I can ask.
Would you please?
Doctor Walfer mencionó acerca de de algunas de las ventajas que ustedes tienen ahí localmente que ayudan a tener menos contaminación y ser menos afectados por las plagas. ¿Puede expandir un poquito en esas ventajas que ustedes tienen? Del potencial que tienen.
Ok, ahorita va a hablar el ingeniero Carlos Monzón, docente del Centro Universitario.
Sí, como lo me indicaba anteriormente, una de las ventajas es esa riqueza climática. De hecho, pues son los estudios de estabilidad genética o de adaptabilidad genética. Entonces, dependiendo de esos estratos altitudinales, como todos sabemos que la altura va asociada a lo que es la humedad relativa, lo que es la presión atmosférica, principalmente. Entonces, la ventaja es eso, que esos materiales ya están adecuados, digamos, a estos estratos altitudinales, y eso de alguna manera
¿Puede dar
no es de que
oportunidad
no
de que
exista presencia de
traduzcan,
las
por favor?
enfermedades, por supuesto, solo que en este caso de umbral económico, en este caso. Entonces, uno de los aspectos es eso, digamos, esa variable que es bastante importante, y eso de alguna manera ayuda a que el daño o el efecto que puedan tener estas enfermedades, pues, sea un poco menor, ¿verdad? Sea inhibida por este manejo que se tiene, y como repito nuevamente, ¿verdad? A través del mejoramiento genético de las diferentes variedades e híbridos que se han hecho a diferentes zonas, hace posible pues de que sea bajo el daño ante este tipo de agentes patógenos.
Gracias. The doctor was saying that some of their advantages are just the climate richness that they have. They have more stabilized humidity levels. The differences between summer and winter are not as drastic as we would have here in the United States. So some of these advantages are pretty even throughout the year, and that way they can keep a better understanding, a better treatment of whatever the plague is. So they've been able to do some genetic improvement as well, based on this, just the overall weather richness and capacity of working with very even, I would say even weather changes. So yeah.
Gabriel, are there any other questions for us in question and answer or in the chat?
We do have a comment. I will read it. It says by Nadia Cabral. Hi, this is a commune disease for the Bean region in Mexico, and many researchers have been working with this disease. I work in Zacatecas, and we have many acres of dry bean rained. That's the only comments that we have.
Okay. Then, since we are just about at the 11 o'clock hour, I would like to go through and begin our panel discussion. So if I'm going to remove my screen and I would like, or the PowerPoint, and go through and show everyone, but the panelists, if I could have Dr. Babu join us, Dr. Clemena Costa-Mensa, and our panelists from Mexico and Guatemala. To go through and be highlighted. My first question for everyone is, what plant pests and diseases are of concern to you all? These questions, I'll remind you, are what we will go through, and your answers will be what we go through and will highlight in future symposiums. Gabriel.
Ok, ahora vamos a abrir el panel de discusión. Se va a ver los moderadores, va a ser la doctora Jessica y también el doctor Babu y el doctor Clemens van a participar. Entonces invitamos a los participantes latinos a que hagan participen en las preguntas. La primera pregunta es, ¿qué plagas y enfermedades en las plantas son de mayor preocupación?
Our group from Mexico, there we go.
Sí. Bueno,
Mexico is muted again.
sí, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, adelante.
Respecto a qué es lo que están aportando los países de Latinoamérica, específicamente acá en México, nosotros estamos trabajando mucho con recurrencia de sequías, que finalmente son las que vienen a debilitar de alguna manera el arbolado, la mortalidad de arbolado que se presenta en la mayor parte del mundo. Estas sequías o eventos extremos, ya sean cálidos o de baja precipitación, lo que hacen es que debilitan al arbolado, al menos en las cuestiones forestales. Y estas finalmente vienen siendo rematadas por cuestiones de plagas, insectos, pero el principal detonante, como sabemos, es la cuestión climática. En este sentido, es que creo que continúa uno hasta que... Bueno, entonces en este sentido nosotros hemos trabajado en la recurrencia de sequías para el norte de México y gran parte del centro. Entonces lo hacemos a través de la dendrocronología, la ciencia que se encarga del estudio de los anillos de los árboles. Y hemos visto que la presencia de sequías ocurre cada 50, 60 años. Asociado a esto, viene, les decía yo, asociado a las sequías, viene la mortalidad porque los deja vulnerables a los árboles una vez que se presenta por periodos de más de 20 años, 2 décadas o 3 décadas, donde las precipitaciones están por debajo de la media, ¿no? Los árboles así no lo indican. Y acá en México se presentan cada 50, 60 años. Y esa es nuestra aportación en cuanto a este tema, que se me hace muy relevante, porque finalmente la cuestión climática es el detonante de la mortalidad del arbolado, ya que los insectos vienen y rematan al arbolado una vez que está vulnerable. Bueno, sería nuestra aportación.
Gracias. Voy a traducir al inglés ahora. So, the team in Mexico has been studying the situation with trees and forestry using the dendron chronology, so the study of tree rings. Right, that's a hard word to say, but they've been studying how it affects the whole country, and they've been noticing that just droughts are the major cause of disease and death in these in forestry areas. So they've been studying how the lack of precipitation, the lack of water and humidity have caused the trees to weaken and be more susceptible to plagues and insect attacks. And usually this is what ultimately kills the tree. So the climate matter is the biggest one. So they have studied and come up with a statistic that severe droughts come every 50 or 60 years. So the droughts will cause the weakening of these trees, and then as insects and plagues come along, they will ultimately kill and affect the tree to where there's no more solution.
Are they noticing if traditionally, according to the tree rings, that droughts are coming every 50 years, are they noticing for them with climate change that they're coming more frequently?
Yep. Entonces, acá tienen otra pregunta acerca de los anillos de los árboles. ¿Ustedes han experimentado o han visto que conforme el cambio climático se hace más grave, las sequías vienen relativamente más cerca una de la otra?
Sí, hay una frecuencia cada vez mayor y
Una disculpa, parece que perdimos el audio de México. No sé si el micrófono se haya apagado o... So they're having some technical issues with the microphone. She did mention that they are seeing the frequency of these droughts be, closer and closer to each other. So there's climate change is definitely affecting the frequency of a lot of these droughts. Sí, adelante.
sí, los estudios que hemos hecho en anillos de árboles indican esta recurrencia de sequías cada 50, 60 años, pero recientemente se puede ver
No te la pena, solo quiero poner ahí, digamos, la Guatemala pide la palabra.
Parece que perdimos el audio otra vez. We're having some technical issues again. Okay.
While they are going through and figuring out their technical issues, would our visitors from Guatemala care to answer the same question? As far as the original question, as far as what are some of the plant diseases, pests and diseases that are of concern to you all? And this can be more than just beans or trees.
A los de México ahorita regresamos y captamos la mayor parte de la respuesta, simplemente perdimos el audio por un segundo. El panel de Guatemala tiene algunas palabras que decir. So, los de Guatemala, adelante.
Muchas gracias de nuevo, José Miguel Reyes. En referencia a los anillos de crecimiento, nosotros hemos identificado que cuando la sequía más juntos crecen más juntos. Eso nos da agua dentro de la composición del árbol. Cuando el invierno es más copioso, más fuerte o más amplio, los anillos de crecimiento suelen estar más separados.
So from Guatemala, they had a comment about the tree rings and just mentioning that they have also noticed that as the drought gets more severe, the rings get closer together to each other. So that's they do agree on that point. En Guatemala, ¿ustedes qué plagas o enfermedades en las plantas les preocupan más en este momento?
Voy a hablar un poco de plagas forestales.
We're noticing some technical issues on this side. Could you maybe place some of your questions or answers in the question and answer area or the chat so that Gabriel can go through and read them?
A los de Guatemala, una disculpa, por alguna razón estamos experimentando problemas con la conexión y el audio. Si tienen la respuesta, a lo mejor la pueden poner en el chat o en el botón de preguntas y respuestas en el Q&A. Y de esa manera a lo mejor podemos obtener la respuesta escrita y leerla desde este lado de la transmisión. Sí, porque se está cortando y pues la respuesta no llega clara. Do you want to go back to Mexico?
Yes, please.
Okay. En México, disculpe que les cortamos la respuesta, pero ya, si quieren pueden seguir expandiendo la respuesta.
Sí. La pregunta era que si había frecuencia más, ahora sí que más seguida, ¿no? Nosotros determinamos a través de los anillos de los árboles, cada 50, 60 años hay una fuerte sequía, ¿sí? Pero recientemente estudios paralelos a la cuestión climática indican que los eventos extremos han ocurrido de 1950 a la fecha. ¿Sí? Entonces, en estos eventos extremos empezaron estos ataques de mortalidad o se acentuaron más estos ataques de mortalidad, ¿no? Precisamente porque a lo mejor los árboles ya venían de alguna manera padeciendo hambre, digamos, porque finalmente lo que ocurre cuando pasa una sequía es que no hay suficiente agua en el suelo y no puede haber la fotosíntesis necesaria para que los árboles se alimenten. Entonces, si ellos ya vienen padeciendo todas estas sequías y luego se aúna a eventos extremos de olas de calor y todavía acentuada la sequía aún más dramáticamente, lo que pasa es que vienen siendo atacados por plagas porque ya están vulnerados. Ya están debilitados, ¿no? De alguna manera, y son fuertemente atacados por las plagas. Y hay un gran problema en México, bueno, como en todo el mundo, sobre la mortalidad de arbolado. Aunque hay pocos estudios al respecto sobre la mortalidad en México, las organizaciones oficiales gubernamentales indican que el ataque de plagas se acentúa cada vez más. Pero no olvidemos que esta es una cuestión más que nada de detonación de mortalidad por la cuestión climática.
Okay, gracias. So the people in Mexico are saying that the study they did based on the tree rings were the results were the very severe droughts every 50 or 60 years, but they do see not as severe but very strong droughts more often than that. So they started seeing some of these extreme events in 1950, and they are getting worse and worse throughout as you know towards 2020. So the what they've seen is that since there was a very strong drought back in 1950, a lot of the trees that are coming up in recent since then are not as strong as they used to be. So they are noticing that a lot of these trees are, you know, not as strong. They do not have the same maybe resistance to plagues and to different insects, and they're just they are of lower quality because of the lack of water in the soil. So this, in combination with all the heat waves and all the climate change and the extensive attacks from insects, have really affected the whole forestry in Mexico as a whole and in the world. So they are performing more studies and more research in this area, and there's still more room for improvement, but that's what they have seen. And yes, the droughts are happening more and more often. We also have a Q&A from Raul Rodriguez Guerra. He mentions that in Mexico, the borer beetle, I believe is the right name, or a specific type of beetle, and the fungi are transmitted through different types of watering systems, so for different crops. So they have a lot of chronic diseases that every year get stronger, and they start seeing the results of these diseases in the harvested product.
Yeah, nematode is a problem in most places coming for where the beans are growing. So that's a new problem arising because of, I mean, I think the climate change also have some effect on those aspects, I think. But yeah, we can see, for example, if we have some soybean field nearby and the soybean cyst nematode, and obviously, I mean, infecting soybean in that field. Then after that soybean harvested, if you grow your our common bean, so this nematode attacks the common bean plantation too. So the best way is to develop a genetic breeding to get varieties resistant to this nematode. So nematode is kind of a new disease coming in. Not new disease, kind of the magnitude is getting more and more these days. I can see the question about some nematodes over there. Not only common bean. I mean, yeah, mainly the soybean and common bean, as far as I know, on the nematodes.
Okay, so el doctor Babu dice que para algunas de las enfermedades crónicas se tiene que hacer investigación a nivel genético para desarrollar variedades que son genéticamente más resistentes a estas enfermedades crónicas. Okay, una pregunta de Rosalinda Cervantes. En México se ha determinado en las últimas décadas sequías más frecuentes y una relación estrecha con brotes de descortezadores desde México hasta Guatemala. La alza en frecuencias se da a partir de 1970. Okay, gracias. So, Rosalinda Cervantes has a comment. She says that in Mexico, there has been more droughts every decade, higher frequency, and this has had a direct impact in the development of the bark beetle and other insects. And you can see this all the way from northern Mexico to Guatemala. This increased frequency has been seen since 1970.
Gabriel, do we have Guatemala back to speak with?
Okay. En Guatemala, podemos intentar otra vez conectarnos a ver si podemos escuchar su contribución ahora. Si están disponibles.
You also might look and see if there's more questions in the chat.
Hola.
Sí, adelante.
Sí, mira, aunado con lo que se participó en cuanto al estudio endocronológico de sequías, si bien se dice que es por falta de agua y por el calentamiento mismo que va sufriendo la corteza de los árboles y son vulnerables a plagas, hicimos todo un estudio en todo el área natural protegida donde los ahuehuetes o árboles de galería, que son los más expuestos, al igual que los mezquites a lo largo del río, que es, vamos, al menos son como 600 kilómetros ahí, a lo largo del norte de Coahuila, en el norte de México, cerca de la frontera con Estados Unidos. También se encontró que no solamente es la sequía o mismo el nivel bajo del río. Hay un efecto secundario que no solamente el calentamiento, como dije, sino una gran afectación por tensoactivos. Puede ir el río o ir a su propio nivel, pero sin embargo, la regulación de tensoactivos está por arriba de la norma. Si nosotros estamos hablando de tensoactividad, significa como una crema, vaselina, es una película que no permite la ósmosis. No hay una mojabilidad hacia la raíz y por lo tanto no va a haber capilaridad. Entonces, mucho puede sí el no tener el alimento hídrico, pero mucho es porque tenemos una falta de regulación de tensoactivos que no permiten la permeación del agua hacia las raíces.
Gracias. Voy a traducir después de que los de Guatemala se tomen la palabra. Gracias.
¿Quiere hablar? Ok, ahorita vamos a hablar. De Guatemala, podemos decir que en el frijol tenemos más problemas de antracnosis, roya, mildew, tizón bacteriano y marchitez. Por otro, tenemos el moho blanco en el ajo, tenemos nemato dorado en papa, tizón tardío en tomate y virus en tomate, frijol y otros cultivos.
Gracias. Voy a traducir ahora al inglés. So we have two comments, one from Mexico and one from Guatemala. So the comment from Mexico is that in addition to the heavy droughts and the climate change, they have seen the secondary effects from levels of water in rivers and creeks and other water sources. There is a lack of ability for tree roots to absorb the water due to surfactants and other reasons that cause the root to not be able to reach the water. So this causes that osmosis is not functioning, that there's no absorption of water. So that's the comment from Guatemala is that the fungi that they have dealt with are and I'm not sure of the name. So they have experienced some fungi, white fungi in garlic, and other plagues in tomato and potato. So they have seen some web blight in tomato. They have seen a late web blight and anthracnose and a few others. Okay, en Guatemala tienen comentarios adicionales.
Sí, en la parte forestal.
Okay, Guatemala has a few more comments on the forestry topic.
Gracias, creo que no se alcanzó a escuchar mi mensaje anterior. Yo quería comentar en el caso de los descortezadores, los dendroctonus frontalis, cuando atacan muy cerca de la frontera del bosque seco, luego para repoblar ese bosque que fue afectado por dendroctonus a causa del cambio climático ya no es muy bueno hacerlo porque el bosque seco está avanzando cada vez más. Eso lo hemos visto en lugares donde se ha visto muy afectado por el ataque de dendroctonus, al igual que los incendios forestales. Posterior de un incendio, tenemos frecuentemente los ataques de los IPS. Entonces, sí nos ha afectado en el avance del bosque seco.
Gracias.
Gracias.
So in Guatemala, about forestry, they have experience on the bark beetle, specifically in the different varieties that they have, that replanting trees and replanting trying to plant new trees is not possible because one, the dead forest keeps expanding and there's not enough water to replant some of these trees, and also because of fires. So once a fire hits a dead area and consumes the dead trees, there's a lack of, it just decreases the possibilities of being able to plant new trees.
Can I ask what they do in that area? Are they able to plant anything else or crops, or what happens to that area?
La doctora Jessica tiene una pregunta para los de Guatemala. Cuando en el momento que tienen los bosques secos y después de los incendios, ¿qué se puede hacer con esa área que ya no es posible repoblar los árboles por causa de los descortezadores? ¿Cuáles son las opciones que ustedes tienen con esa área?
Lo importante que nosotros hacemos para cuando hacemos repoblación después de un ataque de dendroctonus es repoblar con la misma especie que fue afectada, como por ejemplo Pinus o carpa, pero como el avance de la frontera del bosque seco está afectando más, entonces nos toca reforestar con otras especies y de igual manera ya no estamos manteniendo la misma cobertura del bosque de pino, sino que quizá lo hacemos con otras especies latifoliadas.
Okay, gracias. So, even though he did mention that, even though the reforestation is challenging, they have managed to understand and come up with a plan. And if it's the advance of the dead forest, they're able to use different species of the different pine trees and trees to just come up with a solution. So if they have a specific type of death in these trees, they will use a specific species of the tree. So they have a plan on whether the death is because of the bark beetle or because of fire forests or forest fires. They use different species to kind of work around the problem.
So can I ask a question? So what management practices do they use in terms of managing the pine beetle? Is it by banning or by pruning or insecticide application?
Para los de Guatemala, otra pregunta. Cuando tienen los descortezadores, ¿cuál es la práctica más popular o que ustedes usan o encuentran más efectiva para controlar los descortezadores?
Sí, nosotros no utilizamos insecticida cuando el árbol está en pie o cuando se bota, sino que lo que recomendamos es descortezar, quitar la corteza, y podemos hacer varias actividades. Una es fumigar la corteza ya en el suelo, juntarla, se puede quemar, se puede enterrar o regularmente la estamos cubriendo con nylon negro e introducimos pastillas de fosfuro de aluminio, una pastilla de fosfuro de aluminio por 2 metros cúbicos de producto, cubrimos con nylon y alrededor del nylon colocamos tierra para evitar que entre y salga aire y de esa manera dejar 8 días que el producto penetre y de igual manera estamos matando todo el ciclo, huevo, larva, pupa y el adulto. Y posteriormente estamos transportando el producto pero ya saneado.
Gracias. So their main activity for controlling the bark beetle is not using insecticide. They don't use insecticide on any trees. So what they do is they remove all the bark from the sick trees and they spray the bark once it's on the ground away from the tree. They have several options. They can burn the bark, they can bury the bark, but they also are covering it with, I'm guessing it's like a black nylon material that seals the bark, not allowing any oxygen to penetrate, and that way they're killing the bark beetle in all stages of its growth, whether it's the the adult or whether it's an egg or any kind of stage of the beetle. They also use an aluminum. I'm not exactly sure. Never heard of it, but it's like an aluminum tablet or something that just also kills the beetle. And once they have gotten rid of the plague, they will transport the product to a different location.
Okay. Have they seen any biological control agents like parasitoids or any fungi or any biological control agent that can control this insect? Have they seen anything like that?
Are you meaning like something that eats the insect? Or...
Exactly, something that can eat the insect too, yeah.
Okay, I will translate. Otra pregunta, los de Guatemala. ¿Ustedes han encontrado algún tipo de insecto o animal que consuma directamente a los descortezadores?
Efectivamente, eso le iba a comentar, que nosotros hemos encontrado los enoclerus, que son los enemigos naturales de los dendroctonus, y por esta manera evitamos rociar insecticida porque estamos bajando la población del enemigo natural que se encuentra afuera de la corteza y estamos dejando que crezca la población de los dendroctonus que está adentro del árbol, que es donde se protege del insecticida.
Gracias. So they have seen the enoclerus, which is the natural enemy of the beetle. And that's the same reason why they don't spray insecticide on the tree. They are trying to conserve the natural enemy so they will, attack the beetles that way. So that's the main reason why they don't spray an insecticide, and they manage the beetle through in that way. Gracias.
I would like to ask a question of both Mexico and Guatemala. Are there any new diseases to your area that you would like to learn more about? These would be topics featured in our next symposia in June.
Before I ask the question, there was a comment on the Q&A
Okay.
by Rosalinda Cervantes. It says climate change is something that you can can see that affects the new sources of plagues. So as the drought is more frequent or more severe, it weakens the forestry and it makes them more susceptible to attacks. Okay, so that was a comment, and I will translate. You mentioned another question by Lumna is, what's the name of the beetle's enemy? It's Enoclerus, Enoclerus. It's another type of beetle. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe Dr. Clements, do you have any answer to?
Yeah, we have seen Rhoptoceros. Rhoptoceros is a pteromalid, and so there are several of them, but the species that you have, I don't know, but in the US, there are reports that, some of the parasitoids are mainly, pteromalids. And one species, Rhoptoceros, Xylophagorum. And then we have also Dinotiscus dendrotona. So these are all species that, and of course, several of them, but each of these parasitoids work differently, probably unless you have other species that you have found in your location. But here in the US, and then of course we have other fungi and bacteria that also, because we know the environment that they live, there are other microorganisms that can also feed. I've not heard about BT, for instance, being used, but it's likely that, those can also work, but how effective those are, it's an issue of discussion. But there are several parasitoids that are available, particularly for the larva. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Rosalinda Cervantes also is saying that in Mexico, they have seen these natural insects, enemies of the bark beetle, same the Enoclerus and Temnoschila.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's just a comment, and I will translate Dr. Jessica's question. Ok, gracias. Estábamos respondiendo un par de preguntas acá en Estados Unidos. Y la doctora Jessica tiene otra pregunta para ambos, Guatemala y México. La pregunta es acerca de nuevas plagas que hayan surgido en los últimos meses. ¿Hay alguna enfermedad nueva en el área de las que les gustaría tener más investigación o aprender más? La razón de esta pregunta es porque la doctora Jessica va a desarrollar nuevas presentaciones y nuevas pláticas para hablar sobre estas nuevas enfermedades que a lo mejor todavía son desconocidas o hay necesidad de hacer más investigación. Entonces, podemos empezar con México. ¿Hay alguna enfermedad nueva en su área que les gustaría aprender más? I asked Mexico the question, so they're getting ready to answer.
Well, are there any questions for us?
Not at the moment. So we're waiting. I asked the people in Mexico a question about new diseases they have found in their areas. So they're getting ready to answer that.
Gabriel, that can be a disease to horticulture crops or major crops. I mean, wheat or any other that affect the food security. Maybe okay. They can see that because of this rapid climate change,
Yeah. Okay. Looks like Guatemala is ready to answer. Okay. ¿En Guatemala están listos?
Sí, estamos listos.
Ok, adelante, gracias.
Sí, ¿Sí están? Sí, buenos días, Juan Carlos Galvez. No tenemos identificadas nuevas plagas, sin embargo hay algunas que no hemos podido controlar. Tenemos áreas que se han tenido que abandonar el cultivo, como el caso del moho blanco en Sclerotium cepivorum. Prácticamente se ha abandonado áreas de cultivo y ahora tenemos el problema de nematodo dorado, Lobodera rostoquiensis, donde nos limita a exportar algo que es importante para nosotros, como es la papa, ¿verdad? Entonces, tal vez nuestro problema en cierta forma es la capacidad técnica de nuestros productores para identificar realmente las plagas, en este caso, de las enfermedades, ¿verdad?
Gracias. So in Guatemala, they're saying that they haven't been able to identify newer diseases they haven't identified, but they are dealing with some very strong plagues and diseases that are they cannot get rid of. So they've had to completely abandon certain crop areas because of the diseases. So some of the ones that they're dealing with is golden nematode. It's affects the potato. They've also, let's see, they sent another one. Una disculpa, ¿cuál era en Guatemala, cuál era la enfermedad de esclerotio? ¿Cuál era la otra que mencionó?
El nematodo dorado, Globodera rostoquiensis.
Ok, gracias.
So what is the other disease?
It's a golden nematode.
No.
It's
yeah, that's the one for the potato. And what's the other one?
Sclerotium cepivorum.
Affecting what plant, that one?
Garlic.
Garlic, okay.
Garlic, okay.
And let's see. They mentioned also they posted them on the chat. If you can see the chat. So they say that those are the more common ones. So what they need and what they would like is more of a technical capacity to identify the different varieties of these diseases and know what's the best way to approach the disease. So it's that technical capacity that they are missing on a lot of their workers.
Yeah, I can see that. Maybe they have to screen some of the potato varieties and see which one can grow better over there. Getting that nematode, take the nematode counts and see which one having less nematode. That's the one we can use that. That's what other crops normally does. Because they don't need to screen the varieties they use. So then find out which can comparatively do. That's what the one they can do for the nematodes. And the garlic, I didn't understand what organism. Did they type that in the chat box, the name of the organism?
Yes. Yep. If not, I have it. I can forward it to you.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. If not, if they could use the question and answer. I say that only because we can't seem to cut and paste out of the
chat. Yes.
Chat, but in the question and answer, we can cut and paste and add that. And we can definitely look at adding these to the next, if not the next, then one of the next symposiums that we have and find some experts on those.
Okay.
About Mexico.
So in Mexico, there is a comment on the Q&A. It says that they have also dealt with the sclerotinia in garlic for the last 4 years. So that's just a comment. Rosalinda Cervantes is asking, Rosalinda Cervantes dice, me gustaría saber más sobre el descortezador del género Phlonisus, que actualmente está atacando especies de Cupressus y está ocasionando una alta mortalidad. So Rosalinda Cervantes is asking about the bark beetle of the Flucinus type that's actually in this specific moment attacking the suppresses or compresses tree, and it's killing a lot of trees. So I don't know if anybody has any comments on that.
You said it's killing, the bark beetle is killing other trees, other varieties?
Yeah, so it's so the specific bark beetle is Phlonisus, Phlooeosinus. I will type it on the
Yeah,
chat.
please type it. Let's see. Yeah.
Phlonisus, that's the bark beetle, and it's attacking. And it's attacking suppresses.
And how is the damage done? Is it from the top, or are those that do the damage at the bottom or on the branches?
Una pregunta a Rosalinda Cervantes que habla sobre el descortezador del género Phlonisus. ¿Cómo ataca este descortezador a los árboles? ¿Es de la parte de arriba, empezando en la parte de arriba, en medio o en la base? I will wait for them to answer the question about the attack. Si alguien más tiene comentarios o también los pueden poner directamente en la sección de preguntas y respuestas y así también podemos, si no hay tiempo para responder la pregunta, podemos luego tenerla en el registro del chat para contestarla por medio de correo electrónico. So Rosalinda Cervantes is saying that they see the attack on the middle part towards the top.
The top, okay, yeah, okay. Well, so I think we have to understand that there are several species. So I think it's not something that, it's not possible. It's a possibility that there are those species which are related to some of the species that we have here, are present in their country. So how are they able to manage these ones,
El doctor Clement menciona que por cuestión de muchas diferencias entre los géneros y las especies de los descortezadores, se tiene que hacer la investigación para ver cuáles son las diferentes opciones para controlar estas especies. Entonces eso, como es un tipo de especie que a lo mejor acá en Estados Unidos no es tan común, se va a tener que hacer esa investigación. Dr. Clement, do you have, sorry, I was translating the first part. Do you have a question you wanted to ask also?
Yes, I have a few questions. So in do they have a team of experts that go out occasionally or on a weekly or daily basis to monitor these insects? And what do they use the data for? What data are they collecting in terms of, the species that they find around? And is there any research being done in the area of pest management in their location?
La pregunta es para la señora Rosalinda. El doctor Clement pregunta que en las investigaciones que ustedes hacen, que si hay un equipo de expertos que vaya a investigar estos géneros y estos diferentes tipos de descortezadores de manera diaria o semanal o mensual y si ustedes mantienen un registro con datos y diferentes información y cómo usan esa información para controlar los descortezadores. Okay. Mientras responden eso, hay un comentario de Saida Crispin. There's a comment from Saida Crispin. It says that, let me see, I will have to translate this 1 second. There. Okay, I will send this comment to the chat because there's a lot of technical terms I did not know. Okay, so I just posted the question on the chat. This is the pecan walnut tree. They have a stem bark beetle affecting Texas rot. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but what recommendations do you have for for finding beneficial organisms in the ecosystem in northern Mexico? Okay, so we have an answer from Rosalinda. Rosalinda, gracias por la respuesta. Dice, actualmente es un proyecto cuyo objetivo es monitorear la población con relación a la variabilidad climática. El monitoreo se realiza cada semana. Gracias. Voy a traducir. So, Rosalinda says that they have a project. They're keeping track of the beetle population in relation to weather change. So they are keeping track of this relationship on a weekly basis. They do have a team of experts that performs, and the data is just to keep the relationship between the population and weather change.
That's really good. So probably going forward, we might want to share information together and see how best we can work together in, management of the pine beetle.
El doctor Clement dice que lo que están haciendo del proyecto es muy bueno y esa es una excelente forma de mantener la relación de la población y la variabilidad climática. En el caso de los cinos no se ha realizado un monitoreo específico porque no era una plaga primaria. So Rosalinda is saying that on the case of the Placinas species specifically, they don't have any type of tracking system yet because it wasn't a primary plague. So it's something that has been showing us a stronger plague in the recent months, probably due to the weather change. So they're going to be doing more research on that.
Sounds good. Yeah, I think I'm done with my questions.
A Rosalinda Cervantes, el doctor Clement agradece su participación y quisiera en un futuro participar para contribuir soluciones y respuestas y trabajar juntos para encontrar mejores soluciones a estos problemas.
Well, if there are no more questions, that wraps up this moderated discussion. We will return back in 1 hour for talk from Corinne Bromfield about African swine fever.
Ok, ahorita ya se terminó el tiempo de preguntas y respuestas. Va a haber una pausa de 1 hora y se va a regresar para hablar sobre la peste porcina africana. en una hora. Gracias a todos por sus contribuciones.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos los que se están reuniendo ahora en Guatemala, en México y en otros países de Latinoamérica y del Caribe. Les damos la bienvenida esta tarde al panel de discusión y las presentaciones acerca de ganadería. Vamos a tener dos pláticas en esta ocasión, una acerca de cerdos y otra acerca de aves. La primera acerca de las enfermedades de los cerdos está conducida por la doctora Corinne Brownfield, que es profesora de extensión en el área de la medicina y la producción de cerdos en la Universidad de Missouri. Entonces, ella va a estar presentando, va a hacer una presentación y se les recuerda que posteriormente a su presentación, en cada uno de los países podrán estar haciendo preguntas de esa presentación y al mismo tiempo decir si estas enfermedades que ella comenta se presentan en los países donde ustedes son, básicamente en México y en Guatemala, que es donde van a poder estar hablando. Si ustedes gustan, otros que no estén reunidos en los paneles, hacer sus preguntas o sus comentarios en el chat o en el botón de preguntas y respuestas, pues con gusto ahí lo pueden escribir. También después de las dos pláticas va a haber un panel donde cada grupo va a poder estar hablando de otras enfermedades, tanto de cerdos como de aves, o de alguna otra especie animal que les interese, lo cual va a dar lugar para la preparación del siguiente symposium y la posibilidad de invitar a algunos oradores de países latinoamericanos. Okay, I mentioned the first speaker and some of the instructions how to be working through the presentations and through the panel. So, Dr. Corinne Brownfield, are you here?
Yes, she is.
Okay, go ahead.
It's all you.
Good afternoon. Let me see. I'm going to go ahead and share that screen. Give me one moment. All right. It looks like I've got the right screen shared.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. Let me. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Corey Bromfield. I'm the swine extension veterinarian at the University of Missouri. And I'm going to talk about African swine fever, something that we are concerned about in the United States. So, brief history. African swine fever was first found in 1921 in Kenya. It was originally found in domestic swine, and it caused a hemorrhagic disease of swine. So we saw increased mortality, pigs that were sick, and pigs that had hemorrhage, that bled. Obviously, this is of concern. Following finding the disease in Kenya in 1921, it was first seen outside of Africa in 1957. So in the 1960s, the disease African swine fever made it to Portugal and Spain and spread to the rest of Europe through there. But eradication efforts began in 1985. And as of 1995, Spain and Portugal were considered free of African swine fever. So in 30 years, they were able to control the disease and get rid of it. In 1985, Spain created a very comprehensive eradication plan. They wanted to be done with this disease. They employed mobile veterinary field teams for control and diagnosis. These were teams that would go to the farm and diagnose the disease. They would then test, and pigs that were positive would be slaughtered. So using ELISA tests and with confirmation on IFA, they would determine that we needed to slaughter these animals. And there was veterinary control of swine movement. So to be able to move those pigs, we needed veterinarians to approve or disprove their ability to move. So that's how Spain did it, how Spain got control of African swine fever. And in 1971, African swine fever came to the Western Hemisphere. And when it came to the Western Hemisphere, it was found in Cuba, in the Dominican Republic, in Haiti, and Brazil. And it was eradicated in the 1980s. So it was eradicated quicker than it had been in Spain and Portugal, but some of that was learning information that they had used there. So how did eradication in the Western Hemisphere work? Well, they used depopulation. So when a farm gets the disease, they would depopulate the farm, and stamping out of the disease itself to try and control African swine fever. Recently, or recent history, after 1995, African swine fever was fairly low-lying, minimally heard of, not noticed. But in August of 2018, China reported African swine fever in domestic swine. And that was reported to the OIE to let people know that African swine fever has been found in China in one area. But as of April 29th, 2019, African swine fever was reported in every region in China. It had spread quickly. So looking at this map, the red indicates where we have the disease, where African swine fever is, and the green indicates where it's free of African swine fever. You can see, I think you can see. Whoa. Let me undo that. My apologies.
We are seeing your cursor anyway, moving.
Okay, thank you. Good. So you can see that African swine fever is in China. It is in Asia. There's some in Europe and still in Africa. And there's this little bit in the Western Hemisphere. And this is Haiti and the Dominican Republic that has made it over here. So the United States is concerned about African swine fever. And what are we doing now? Well, we're looking at how will it potentially travel here. So it is likely to come into the country through one of three ways: through illegal pork products, so pork carcass, through live animal shipments, or through feed components. And live animal shipments mostly don't happen. Illegal pork products are illegal, so they shouldn't be happening. And feed components, we do purchase feed components from potentially contaminated countries. So what are we doing to try and combat that? We have the Beagle Brigade at Border Patrol, and they're there to help us make sure that we have no pork coming in from countries with African swine fever. And we also have the Secure Pork Supply Plan, which I'll talk about in the next slide. But you can see the Beagle here doing his job, making sure that no pork comes in from countries with African swine fever. For feed that we purchase from outside of the country, we're also attempting to combat feed contamination. So we have mitigation strategies for feed ingredients. And those include additives. They include long holding times so that the virus would die off, drying or baking, additionally to kill the virus. So what is a secure pork supply plan? A secure pork supply plan is a biosecurity plan for business continuity. And it is an enhanced biosecurity. It is stronger than normal biosecurity. And it's a plan for farms to be able to minimize African swine fever or the likelihood of African swine fever on their farm if the United States has an outbreak. This is the website that you can go to learn more about African swine fever or to learn more about the Secure Pork Supply Plan. So our foreign animal disease response, if African swine fever is diagnosed in the United States, there will be a national stop movement for 72 hours, which means there's no movement of animals anywhere in the United States for 72 hours. And animals that are already in transit will be allowed to move to their destination or return home so that animals are not moving for 72 hours. And what does this disease look like? It looks like a lot of other diseases we have. It will have a high fever. The pigs will pile on each other, indicating that they're cold. The pigs may be anorexic, not eating. They may be lethargic and laying around. We may see abortions and potentially death. The disease will also look like weakness and recumbency, erythema and cyanosis, and hemorrhages on the skin and snout. So you can see here, hemorrhage on the skin, hemorrhage on the skin, I don't have a great picture of the snout, but this red color, erythema, on the pigs. It will also likely have bloody diarrhea. You can see that on the back of these pigs here. So what are we doing to plan for it? How are we ready? We're also including active surveillance. So active surveillance testing includes testing animals in the following situations. Animals that have potential to have foreign animal disease, so foreign animal disease investigation. Sick pigs, we can test. Slaughter and aggregation points where pigs are coming together. High risk pigs, we can test. And feral swine, wild swine that don't live on our farms. How do we test for it? We test using polymerase chain reaction, or PCR. And we can use whole blood, tonsil, spleen, or lymph node to test. These are approved methods of testing. We're also working not yet approved methods of testing would be nasal swabs, tracheal swabs, or oral fluids. This here, this is a tracheal swab. And on this side, this is an oral fluid. To control the disease, if it comes here, we may, to help mitigate the spread of disease, it may be necessary to depopulate the animals, and humane methods will be utilized, approved by the American Veterinary Medical Association. If we need to depopulate, we will then need to dispose of the animals, and methods for disposal depends on the farm and the species, but preferred is going to be on-site disposal. And methods for disposal include composting, which is our preferred method, include burial, shallow burial with carbon, which is a form of composting, incineration, or sealed landfill. Are there any questions about what the United States is doing for African swine fever?
Muy bien, que si hay preguntas en relación a lo que Estados Unidos está haciendo en relación a la peste porcina y las medidas que toman en relación a otros países de importación de cerdos. Do you want to stop sharing, please?
Sure.
En español o en inglés. Okay. Good evening. My question is there any cure or treatment discovered yet, or it's imminent the death or contamination of the species?
Is there any treatment or cure discovered yet? That is a great question. Right now, in the United States, we have some scientists who are working on a vaccine that would hopefully allow us to help the animals through it, to get vaccinated, and then we wouldn't have to euthanize them or depopulate them. But as of right now, we don't have a cure. We don't have a treatment.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. I see that there's a question in the Q&A. Is that something that I can answer?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the question is, how easy or difficult has it been to do active surveillance on feral pigs? And I don't think it's easy per se, but we have been doing active surveillance on feral pigs for a number of different diseases. We routinely trap and testing for pseudorabies and brucella. And so it's a test that we can also do on whole blood. So anytime that we trap a feral pig, we will continue to do that testing. So we're not testing everyone, but it's easy to get at least a small sample.
Okay, let me translate. La pregunta fue que qué tan fácil es o qué tan seguido hacen las pruebas en jabalíes. Y la respuesta es de que sí las hacen en algunas ocasiones, pero que pues no es sencillo, pero sí las hacen. ¿Alguna otra pregunta ahí en Guatemala?
Disculpe, ¿la prueba ELISA está disponible y qué costo tiene?
Ok, muy bien. Voy a hacer la pregunta en inglés. He from Guatemala is asking if the ELISA test is available and what cost has.
One more time.
ELISA test, if it's available, and what is the cost? What is the price to do that for a farmer?
Let me double check. The ELISA test is something that we do here at the university, and I can check on how much it costs in just a sec.
Okay. Dice que la prueba de ELISA sí la hacen en la Universidad de Missouri, y está checando cuál es el costo, en este caso, para el público.
Pero
Un momento.
I would like to ask something about when the pigs are vaccinated, how long will it take, or how long will it take we can consume those pigs if they are vaccinated?
Está haciendo la pregunta que si los cerdos son vacunados, ¿cuánto tiempo después de haber sido vacunados se puede consumir la carne de cerdo? Ok, un momento para que la doctora Corinne conteste, por favor.
So I misspoke. We do the PCR test, not the ELISA test.
Ok. Ya, está diciendo que ellos hacen el PCR, pero no hacen el ELISA, que fue una equivocación. The other question is that do you know that the animals that are vaccinated, how long takes to eat the meat after they are vaccinated?
Good question. We don't know 100% yet. It's still in the testing phase, but most of the vaccines that we produce in the United States would be 21 days before we'd be allowed to eat them afterwards.
Ok, para las personas que no entienden el inglés, dice que no están completamente seguros todavía, que están haciendo esas pruebas, pero que para la mayoría de las vacunas en Estados Unidos se requiere que pasen 21 días para poder ser consumida la carne. ¿Alguna otra pregunta? Bien, la siguiente pregunta para ustedes sería si tienen algún tipo de monitoreo de la peste porcina en las granjas de cerdos, tanto en Guatemala como en México, en algún otro lugar, o I asking them that they maybe just talking among them if they have any vigilance or any supervision about this African swine fever over there in their countries. But what I can say is that every time that I cross the border from Mexico to here, they don't allow to bring anything from pork food, even if it's cooked or dry or anything. We cannot bring anything, sandwiches, anything. Estoy diciendo que cuando cruzamos la frontera de México a Estados Unidos, sea por tierra o en avión, no nos permiten traer nada de cerdo, comida, ni cocinada, ni chorizo, nada que sea de cerdo. Even has been some experience of people bringing the pork skins dry, like a chips, and they don't allow to bring it in. Yeah. Inclusive botanas de chicharrón de cerdo empaquetadas como tipo sabritas, no los dejan pasar tampoco en la frontera.
So what you're saying is if I want good chorizo, I have to go to Mexico?
No, well, they make chorizo here in the States, but it's not the same, for sure. Yeah, the good chorizo is in Mexico. And also I tried very well in Huehuetenango. Yeah, they make a very good chorizo there. Yeah. Huehuetenango, Guatemala. Abelino, van a poder discutir algo si tienen algún sistema de vigilancia y también welfare, si ustedes saben que tienen algún tipo de vigilancia o otras enfermedades en cerdos de las que ustedes creen que hay problemas.
No hay otras enfermedades de cerdos de las que tengan conocimiento las personas que están atendiendo el evento.
Eso es en Torreón, ¿verdad?
En México, sí.
Sí. She's telling that there is no other diseases and swines from the people that are over there now together in Mexico. What about Guatemala? Yeah, Guatemala is saying that they are now talking among them is the time that they have to be talking about the diseases over there, and they will present in a summary very soon.
Hay esfuerzos.
¿Tienen algo de, disculpe maestro,
de
¿tienen
la
algo
Universidad del Valle de Guatemala?
¿Tienen algo de eco? Tal vez alguien más tiene sus micrófonos abiertos ahí mismo en Guatemala. Entonces se oye mucho eco porque se repite la voz. Entonces, si por favor de los que estén en el salón, apagan sus micrófonos, menos inclusive sus bocinas, perdón, también, para que nada más se oiga usted.
En Guatemala se está haciendo esfuerzos aislados con relación a hacer las pruebas, tanto de PCR como ELISA. Y en algunas universidades, como la Universidad del Valle de Guatemala, se conoce que se han hecho algunas pruebas.
Muy bien. Yeah, he's saying that there are 2-3 universities over there in Guatemala that they are doing some PCR and ELISA test just to be looking for any disease of the African swine fever.
That's excellent to hear.
Dice que es muy bueno escuchar eso que estén haciendo en Guatemala. Yeah, also if they want to export to some other countries, they have to be doing this kind of test de los cerdos y qué medidas pudieran tomarse, sobre todo para los comentarios, ¿no? Entonces, le digo que la agarré de sorpresa con esta pregunta, pero vamos a ver. Go ahead.
Well, there's a PRRS, which is porcine respiratory and reproductive syndrome. And that's probably quite a bit down that list that I sent you.
Yeah, it's here. Yeah. Yeah. Dice que una de las más importantes es el virus del síndrome reproductivo y respiratorio porcino.
It's a disease that is easy to transmit between farms. So if a big farm has it and there's a small farm nearby, the small farm could be exposed.
Dice que es muy fácil de ser transmitida entre granjas, que si una granja la tiene y por ahí está cerca otra, o las personas donde una a otra, es muy fácil transmitirla. How is it to transmit this disease to people?
It's not a concern for people.
Okay. Preguntaba que qué tan fácil es que se transmita a las personas y me dice que no se transmite a las personas.
How is it transmitted? Do we know? Is it airborne? Is it in the soil and just by water?
Well, we know how it gets transmitted. It can be airborne. It can live on a surface, not for very long. But it often is going to get either coughed out and transmitted that way, or it gets transmitted because it's a reproductive disease. It gets transmitted in reproductive fluids.
Ok, la pregunta fue que cómo se reproduce, que cómo se puede transmitir, y entonces dice que se puede transmitir a través del aire. Hay que recordar que es un virus, se puede transmitir a través de animal a animal, también por contacto, y como es una enfermedad reproductiva, también a través de los fluidos de la reproducción. Okay.
Transmitting between farms, I'm worried about the coughing.
Okay. I was just curious about the distance. If you were saying that a large farm and a small farm beside it, it would be transmitted. I was just worried, is there a safe distance that's considered?
There's some studies that say it can be transmitted up to 5 miles.
Wow.
Yes.
Unos 7-8 kilómetros para que se pueda transmitir inclusive por el aire. And what are the main problems with the disease? Mortality, or is any they lose weight, or reproduction, abortion, or what is the main?
So there's two syndromes, two versions, if you will. One is reproductive, and we'll see abortions, we'll see weak pigs, infertility. That's the reproductive side.
Okay, dice que hay dos efectos de esta enfermedad. El reproductivo, donde va a haber abortos, va a haber cerdos, cerditos que son débiles, cierta mortalidad. And the other?
Well, and a sow farm will usually get over that in about 6 months. But then the other version is respiratory, and we'll see coughing, we'll see hard time breathing, and also it causes them to be immunosuppressed. So they're more susceptible to other things.
Dice que la primera ocurre en los primeros 6 meses, pero la otra es que ya en otros animales tienen problemas respiratorios, y les baja el sistema inmunitario, lo cual trae presencia de otras enfermedades.
So what do you do to treat it?
Well, we don't have a great treatment for it. Most of the time, what we'd prefer to do is prevent it. We have vaccines, or we can do controlled exposure or biosecurity.
Preguntan que qué se puede hacer para tratarlas y dice que no hay, que prefieren la prevención a través de vacunas, de bioseguridad, de ciertos controles, más que el tratamiento. How often is to find this in the swine herds or farms?
Say that one more time.
How easy is to get this disease presence in any farm here in Missouri?
If the farm is using biosecurity, is not buying random pigs, is doing testing before they get the pigs in. In Missouri, we're kind of low risk.
Okay. Le pregunto que qué tan fácil es encontrar esta enfermedad en Missouri, y me dice que debido a que no compran cerdos aleatoriamente, o sea, sino que les hacen pruebas y a veces cuarentenan, entonces pueden ellos tener la seguridad de que hay poca incidencia en el estado, pero porque la gente hace todo ordenadamente.
But in areas where pigs farms are very concentrated, like Iowa or a little bit of northern Missouri, the risk goes up significantly.
Dice que donde hay muchas granjas, como en Iowa, que hay muchas granjas en el estado de Iowa, granjas de cerdos, o en el norte del estado de Missouri, que ahí sí es más fácil encontrar la enfermedad. ¿Habrá alguna otra pregunta de México o de Guatemala?
Ya hablamos de Guatemala. Aquí pues hace muchos años no había tanto apoyo a la producción de cerdos, pero últimamente se ha ido desarrollando y contamos con los países miembros con un organismo internacional regional de sanidad agropecuaria.
Déjeme traducir.
el cual tiene el objetivo
Déjeme traducir.
de apoyar los esfuerzos de los Estados miembros para lograr el desarrollo de sus planes de salud animal y salud vegetal y el fortalecimiento de sus sistemas cuarentenarios. Hay un convenio constitutivo del artículo, que es el artículo 2, así como la inocuidad de alimentos. Tiene varias funciones y considero que es un puntal para el desarrollo del apoyo, ¿verdad?, a las plagas y enfermedades. Y yo creo que México también es parte de OIRSA.
OIRSA. Yeah, he's saying that years ago they didn't have any governmental support for the farmers for raising animals, but now there is an organization that get together for several countries that they support them for doing some testing of an identification, soon identification of any disease in animals. And that is helping a lot over there. So they are organized in Guatemala and some other countries. And he said that probably Mexico is also in this organization.
Fantastic. That is really important.
Dice que qué bueno, que es muy importante eso, que estén haciendo eso en Guatemala y los demás países.
I'd like to remind anyone and everyone to go through and add questions to the question and answer section, Q&A, if you have any questions for our host. Corinne, you said that there were 3 main diseases.
I did.
So your first one was?
PRRS, porcine respiratory and reproductive syndrome virus.
What are the other 2?
Well,
one of them?
Another one would be PEDV, porcine epidemic diarrhea virus. And that causes diarrhea in the different herds, in the different ages of pigs.
Ok, ella está diciendo que la otra enfermedad que es muy común es el virus de la diarrea epidémica porcina y tal como su nombre produce diarrea en los cerdos.
And that one is very easy to transmit between farms. Mostly it gets transmitted on our clothing or our trailers or our boots.
Dice que es muy fácil ser transmitida entre granjas, principalmente a través de la ropa, de las botas, de los vehículos. That is the reason since I was a student years ago, they didn't allow us to go into the swine farms without taking a shower and changing the clothes and boots and everything. Y le estoy diciendo que desde que era tiempo estudiante no nos permitían entrar a las granjas de cerdos sin cambiar de ropa, bañarse, cambiarse de zapatos y completa inmunización de todo, ¿no? Entonces son medidas muy estrictas porque enfermedades como estas se transmiten muy fácil y como a veces estudiantes o otras personas visitan varias granjas, entonces ese es el problema. So the students and sometimes veterinarians and some other people visit several farms during the day, so they had to take these measures just to be sure that they are not transporting the virus to one to other farm.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And the last disease is Mycoplasma pneumoniae, which causes pneumonia.
Ok, ella está diciendo que la otra enfermedad es micoplasma hiponeumonía o hiponeumonía, que lo que produce es neumonía. And what is this mycoplasma? Is a bacteria or is yeah?
It's a bacteria. Yep.
Yeah. Es una bacteria, micoplasma, que produce neumonía. How is the transmission, vector transmission for this bacteria?
So that's typically transmitted by direct contact or by coughing.
Ajá. Dice que el método principal de contagio de esta bacteria no es un virus, es una bacteria. Es a través de estar tosiendo en los animales y por contacto directo. So it's more difficult to transmit from one farm to other.
Yes.
Es más difícil de ser transmitida de una granja a otra. Bueno, esas son las enfermedades más importantes. Do you know how resistant are the Creole swines or some other breeds? What is the difference among breeds about resistance to any disease? Is there any resistance? Is there like a selection even between the same breed that you can make any selection for resistance, or there is no any resistance to any disease?
So African swine fever, we've seen that warthogs and wild pigs do seem to have some resistance to it. And they don't get sick.
Porque le preguntaba que si hay cierta resistencia, o sea, a través de la selección entre razas de cerdos, pudiera haber resistencia, y me dice que en los cerdos salvajes o en los jabalíes han encontrado resistencia a la peste porcina, entonces que sí hay cierta evidencia de que puede haber resistencia. Do you want to say something?
There is a pig that has been genetically modified to be resistant to PRRS, porcine reproductive respiratory syndrome virus.
Ok, dice que hay un cerdo, is one pig or one breed?
There's a handful of them, but
okay, just to say correctly.
Yeah.
Translating. Hay un grupo de cerdos que han sido modificados genéticamente con resistencia al virus del síndrome reproductivo y respiratorio. Entonces, where is that?
It's actually here at the University of Missouri.
Okay. Aquí en Missouri, en la Universidad de Missouri, donde ella está. Nosotros estamos en Lincoln University, ella está en Missouri University. Es donde han hecho esa investigación y tienen esos animales genéticamente modificados para esta resistencia. So you will be famous.
Dr. Prather is famous. He's the one that did it.
Ajá, ya. Yo le digo que van a ser famosos y dice que sí, que el doctor, el investigador es famoso. Bien, ¿habrá algún otro comentario? Pero bueno, tengan los datos de contacto. Do you have your contact information to put on the screen?
Yes.
Si gustan tomar los datos de contacto de Corinne Brownfield, de alguna forma los van a conseguir después, se los van a enviar, pero le estoy pidiendo que los ponga en la pantalla para que si quieren ustedes cualquier información de cerdos se la hagan llegar a ella. O sea, en la universidad realmente son altamente clasificados como investigación y extensión en cerdos en la Universidad de Missouri. Pues ahí está la información, su correo, su nombre, su correo electrónico, su teléfono, por si tienen ustedes más dudas o preguntas en cerdos o saben de alguien, sobre todo relacionadas a cuestiones de enfermedades exóticas que no sepan, de seguro les podrán ayudar. Igualmente Kiko a través de Jessica. Okay, Jessica, I think we are done with the countries. I don't know what do you want to do. Do you want to go with the next speaker?
Let's just move on to the next speaker. Tatiana, are you ready?
Just let me to say to Dr. Corinne Bromfield, thank you so much. Very fun. And thank you so much for your presentation. Muchas gracias a la doctora Corinne Bromfield. Ella estará para más adelante por si habrá más discusión sobre el tema. And,
thank you for telling me what everyone was doing in their countries.
Yeah, okay.
And please stick around for the moderated discussion.
Will do.
That is at the end.
Dice que le gustaría saber mucho si le enviaran correos de lo que se sigan haciendo en relación a las enfermedades en los diferentes países de Latinoamérica.
Stop sharing.
Okay. Our next speaker is doctora en Spanish, Dr. Tatiana Fischer. Nuestra siguiente expositora es la doctora Tatiana Fischer. Ella es profesora de la Universidad de Lincoln en Missouri. Es especialista, state specialist en poultry, y ella les va a estar hablando acerca de aves, del manejo de aves. Adelante, go ahead, Dr. Fischer.
Great. I am going to share my screen, hopefully. Give it a second.
Eso ya va a hablar acerca de la influenza aviar altamente patógena, H5N1.
Great. We seeing what we are expecting to be seeing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I will apologize that I am a little bit sick. So if I have to stop to cough or something like that, just bear with me. And if you hear a baby screaming in the background, her nanny is here, but we will see. So I am Tatiana Fischer, and I am the State Poultry Extension Specialist at Lincoln University. And I work primarily with small flock poultry, but I have in my past worked also with large producers. And what I'm talking about today is avian influenza, specifically highly pathogenic avian influenza that we are currently dealing with throughout the United States. And this is something that affects both large and small producers, and it's actually an issue currently around the entire world. I'll move this here. So what is avian influenza? Avian influenza is caused by an influenza A virus that can infect poultry, such as chickens, turkeys, quail, pheasants, domestic ducks, geese, and guinea fowl. It can also affect wild waterfowl, and that's actually where we see it spread. So it's carried by wild waterfowl, specifically ducks and geese, and also shorebirds. And oftentimes those species are able to have the disease without being sufficiently sick to not be able to transmit it. So we'll see that with domestic ducks and geese might also not be sick, even though in the same farm you have, or they might not be dying, even though in the same farm you see a bunch of chickens that have died because the disease doesn't necessarily affect ducks and geese as much. So avian influenza comes in several different strains, and these strains are divided into two groups based on the ability of the virus to produce disease. So we have low pathogenicity avian influenza, which occurs naturally in wild birds, and it usually causes mild infections. This can spread pretty far. Occasionally, you'll see problems on farms with low path AI, but it is not, you're not going to see super high mortality. You'll generally see mild infections. High pathogenicity avian influenza spreads rapidly and is often fatal in chickens and turkeys. You may see 90% of the flock dies in 24 hours with high path. So there are many strains of avian influenza virus throughout the world. There also have another classification system where they're classified by the proteins, the protein groups. So the hemagglutinin or H proteins, there are 16 of those. We are mostly concerned with H5 and H7 because those are the ones that cause the most significant disease, and those ones can cause disease in humans. We're also, the other part of the name comes from the neuraminidase or N proteins, and there are 9 of those. The current outbreak that has been being dealt with throughout the world from beginning in really 2021, but in the US, it hit the US in 2022, is caused by the highly pathogenic avian influenza strain H5N1. And it is a concern for both poultry and human health. One of the greatest challenges and issues with avian influenza is that humans are able to get avian influenza. So the zoonotic potential is a big concern. So although avian influenza A viruses usually do not infect people, there have been some cases of human infection with these viruses. The illnesses in humans from avian influenza virus range from in severity from no symptoms or a mild illness. It usually looks just like any other flu to severe disease that can result actually in death. And H5N1 and H7N9 viruses are the most commonly associated with human infections. So as we said, the current strain we're dealing with is H5N1, and that is a strain that has been known to infect people. So how does avian influenza spread? It's mostly spread through foot traffic. Secretions from birds' mouths, nostrils, eyes, and excrement get moved around on people's contaminated clothing and equipment. It can also be spread through contact with infected droppings and the movement of infected birds. So the infected droppings is a big deal when it comes to the waterfowl, the wild migratory waterfowl. One of the current recommendations is to keep birds under cover so that they're not coming into contact with the droppings of wild waterfowl that are moving around. So the influenza virus is able to survive in aquatic environments for weeks to months, depending on the temperatures and mostly it's temperature and some other conditions. The virus may also survive indefinitely when frozen, and it persists in feces for weeks to months. It does not survive well with heat, so usually we see it go away in the summer when it gets hot. This current outbreak is different because this virus has been able to survive through the summer and carry forward into the fall. So avian influenza cannot be eradicated because migratory waterfowl are shown to be a natural reservoir for the influenza virus. So what this means is that the wild birds, we can't eliminate it in the wild birds. So as much as we can do to keep it out of our poultry and as much as we can do to keep it from infecting humans, we can't get rid of it in the wild birds. And they will transmit it to poultry as well as to some mammals have been shown to be able to get the virus too. So our concern with the world is that the migratory birds don't stay in one country. Avian influenza does follow migratory bird flyways, and we have 3 flyways in the United States: the East Atlantic, the Central, and the Pacific. Or it's not the East Atlantic, the Atlantic America flyway. I think we actually in the US divide this further, but so we are in the Central Flyway in Missouri. But infections that we see in the US can also be brought down into South America, and all of the migratory birds that overwinter in the Arctic, several of the flyways intermingle, and that allows birds to spread into other countries, spread the disease to birds that are going to other places. So between January of 2022 and February of 2023, there were nearly 2,000 outbreaks of highly pathogenic avian influenza in animals that were reported to the World Organization for Animal Health. And these have largely been in the US and in Europe. Europe actually had reports before the US did, but you can see this map. All of the countries that are shaded in blue have had outbreaks of avian influenza in that time period. In the US, there are a couple of different organizations that are involved in trying to prevent avian influenza. The USDA would be the one that is the most kind of in charge of prevention strategies. There are import restrictions to try to prevent avian influenza from coming outside of the country on live birds or products. They also have surveillance of wild birds to try to identify areas of concern. There is a national H5 and H7 control program. And what that means is basically if those are detected, it creates a more strict control measures. There is routine testing that happens for avian influenza and on the commercial poultry production. They also have training for disease recognition, and they are working to improve diagnostics for rapid detection. The current outbreak as of March 15th has impacted 805 flocks in the United States. 322 of those are commercial flocks and 483 of those are backyard flocks. And typically the backyard flocks are basically defined as flocks that are not, those are not usually going to be involved in any kind of export. Oftentimes those birds don't really even go into the human supply chain, but they're a greater risk generally because of how those birds are housed. There have been flocks in 47 states. I believe Hawaii, Louisiana, and West Virginia are the only states that haven't seen a positive. However, if you look at wild bird positives, I believe only Hawaii doesn't have any wild bird positives. And there have been 58.6 million birds affected. And by affected, that means that those birds have been lost. They have died. A lot of those have been laying hens, which has greatly impacted the egg prices in the United States. We're seeing that improve now, but egg prices increased by, I think, close to 100%, partially due to the supply issues with birds being lost to this. So the severity and dimension of the current epidemic represent a threat to birds' health, the livelihood of farmers, and food security. The avian influenza outbreak has also affected consumers. Many egg-laying chickens were lost to avian influenza, which decreased supply and drove egg prices up. We can see here so from 2021, egg prices were $1.50, and by October of 2022, they were $3.42. That was a 90% increase, and that price continued to increase after this chart was produced. So how is avian influenza detected in the United States? The USDA monitors wild bird populations. Some of that is done through sampling of birds that are found dead in kind of scenarios that are suspicious. So if you have a large die-off of birds in one area, they would be tested. They also do testing of birds that hunters have harvested. Sick birds are required to be reported to, that have symptoms consistent with avian influenza are required to be reported to the state veterinarian or the USDA Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service for testing. But avian influenza can look similar to several other diseases, so lab tests are required to confirm its presence. The signs in poultry, one of the biggest signs is just a sudden increase in deaths. If somebody were to call me and tell me that they have 100 chickens and 75 of them died last night, I would be concerned that they have avian influenza in their flock. If they called me and told me they had 100 chickens and they've lost one a week for the last 3 months, that's probably not avian influenza. Some of the other signs that you will see are lethargy, so birds that are just not doing well, they're reluctant to move, poor or no appetite and lack of drinking, coughing, sneezing, and nasal discharge, swelling around the eyes, neck, and face, discoloration of the combs and wattles, and decreased egg production. So decreased egg production would obviously be in laying hens. And for whatever reason, avian influenza does seem to affect older birds more than it affects younger birds. So a lot of the outbreaks that we have seen affect the laying industry more than they do the broiler industry, where birds are a lot younger. Diagnosis, there are a couple of things that have to be ruled out. So clinically, it's very similar to some other diseases. One of those is virulent Newcastle disease, which is also a reportable disease. But avian influenza can be identified through virology and serology for a definitive diagnosis. RT-PCR can distinguish the different subtypes. There are also some viral antigen detections, which are used to test at the flock level, and then some serology testing that can be done. anytime that avian influenza is suspected, the proper authorities would need to be contacted in the US before samples should be sent anywhere. It's considered, an infection risk. So any collection or samples are typically done at like the request of basically the USDA, and often they're the ones doing the testing. Samples are only to be sent under secure conditions and to authorized laboratories because you're trying to prevent the spread of the disease. And you have to keep in mind that these samples are potentially zoonotic, so they are an infection risk to the workers who are working with them as well. So the conditions of testing need to be, everyone needs to be aware that that is what they're testing. So how is avian influenza treated? It's not. So there is no treatment available for avian influenza. If a flock tests positive, you're going to see a large death loss anyway, but any remaining birds that have not died on their own would be euthanized. On a large scale, we refer to this as depopulation. And there are a couple of different ways to do this quickly and as humanely as possible, but the goal is really to eliminate the viral threat as quickly as possible and keep those birds on farm if you can. Is there a vaccine? So the answer to this is yes, kind of. Avian influenza vaccines have been developed, but they are not used in the United States. Vaccine efficacy is unclear, and the concern with vaccination is that it can impact the ability to export products because the birds would test positive for avian influenza if you were to test them after they were vaccinated. So there is some discussion about potentially bringing on a vaccine, but at this time, a vaccination is not allowed except under extreme circumstances. There are some countries, I believe, that do actually do vaccination though. So how are avian influenza outbreaks controlled if you can't treat or vaccinate? The biggest things are tightening biosecurity measures, quarantining affected farms, culling any affected flocks, and then conducting surveillance to track the spread. So what this looks like is typically if a farm tests positive, the surround a certain distance away from that farm, I think it's 10 kilometers, is basically locked down. And the USDA will go and test the flocks around that infected farm, and they will look for other flocks that might be positive. And no movement would be allowed of birds in that area until everything was released. And that release usually the time frame depends on the farm and the situation. Prevention and control of avian influenza relies on biosecurity and surveillance. The list of steps to control avian influenza by include keeping your distance from waterfowl, wild birds, anything that might be potentially an infectious source, keeping things clean, cleaning and disinfecting any equipment that you use regularly, keeping wild animals away from your farm and away specifically from where your birds are housed. You also don't want to haul disease home. So what that means is ideally not bringing birds home that are potentially sick. Don't share equipment. That's easier said than done a lot of times, but if somebody were to have to share equipment for some reason, making sure that it's clean and disinfected thoroughly between farms. Know the signs of avian influenza and sick birds, and report sick birds to the proper authority channels. Prevention in commercial poultry uses an all-in, all-out flock management. So all birds come in at the same time and all birds leave at the same time. What this usually looks like is you get day-old chicks, and then they go out for broilers when they're ready for processing, and for layers when we're done with using them for eggs. This management system is not typically used on small flocks, which means small flocks tend to be a little more risky when it comes to disease control in general. Preventing contact with wild birds or their water sources. Again, for commercial poultry, this is pretty easy because they typically keep birds inside under, in an environment, under a roof, away from where other wild birds are. And again, in a small flock, it's often harder, especially if birds are allowed to free range. Or if there's a pond on the farm, that is a risk for avian influenza transmission. Do not allow birds to return to the farm from live markets. So again, not an issue really for commercial poultry, because that isn't something that happens for in the United States. But if small producers take birds to shows, or they take birds to a sale and they don't get sold and they bring them back, that is a risk for disease transmission. So the recommendation that we make is, if you are selling birds, to always take everything, be willing to leave everything behind, basically sell everything before the end of the day, and don't bring anything home from auctions or sales. For show birds, people do typically bring those back home. We tell them to quarantine those birds for at least 30 days, at least 300 feet away from their other birds. Also practice strict hygiene and biosecurity measures. So again, keeping things clean and avoiding, really avoiding the exposure as much as possible. Depopulation of infected flocks is necessary to keep the virus from replicating in those flocks and to try to keep it from spreading. Proper carcass disposal. There are a couple of different methods that you will see used, and similarly to what Dr. Brumfield said, this is a similar thing with the swine. You want to keep these birds on the farm if at all possible. Composting is generally the first choice. Burying would depend on your property. If you have a high water table, then burying is not necessarily a good idea. But it just depends on where you are in the country. You can ship these birds to landfill or rendering, but that would have to be done under strict control measures to make sure that you're not spreading virus anywhere. And again, strict biosecurity measures. This, for most commercial poultry, looks like having requiring anybody visiting the farm or working on the farm to not have contact with other poultry for at least 72 hours, and wearing boot covers to keep, and boot covers and coveralls and a hairnet to keep anything that you might be carrying from falling onto the farm. And then quarantining any birds that are suspected or are maybe new to the farm, and again cleaning and disinfecting any equipment between flocks, any equipment that might be shared This is a depiction of a biosecure entrance that would typically be used for commercial poultry. We don't usually see this on small scale, but it's something you can adapt. So the top part of the picture is a barn where you have one entrance that people are allowed to come in, even if there was maybe another door somewhere else. This is the only entrance you use. And we call this a line of separation. So those birds don't leave that facility, and all of the humans coming in only go in through one spot. You would have clear labels of entrances and kind of what you needed to do. So building specific boots and clothes. If it's somewhere where you have people working a lot, you would oftentimes just have specific boots and clothes that they would change into. If you had somebody visiting, you would use boot covers or something like that. Hand washing stations to wash hands before and after. A disinfecting foot bath to walk through so that anything on the shoes would be disinfected. And then any personal belongings would be typically left outside of the facility so that they don't carry disease into the farm. On a commercial scale, typically we see very, very limited access to facilities because the best course of action is to limit the number of people coming through in the first place. Avian influenza virus is susceptible to several different disinfection agents. Sodium hypochlorite, 70% ethanol will kill it. Oxidizing agents, quaternary ammonia compounds are very commonly used for disinfection purposes in poultry. Aldehydes, phenols, acids. Heat is also, so minimum of 56 C for 60 minutes. Ionizing radiation, you're not going to use that all that often, but low pH will also kill it. So it is fairly easy to deactivate this virus as long as you can as long as you can kind of clean up the space around. So again, on a commercial setting, you would typically see vehicles being washed down. The entire facility would be washed down, like between flocks if you can, especially if you were to have a positive, there would be a significant amount of cleaning that would happen. We also, as I said, it can affect people, although it is not common. So some steps we can take to prevent infection in humans, mostly around people who are working with infected poultry, to make sure that they follow good hygiene practices. They wear protective clothing, specifically gloves and masks, so that infectious particles can't come into contact with like mucous membranes. In some scenarios, you might consider an antiviral prophylaxis. So it is a flu virus. You can take some antivirals have been shown to help. That wouldn't be commonly done unless it was like under specific situations. It does help to be vaccinated against human influenza. And if a person were to be experiencing symptoms of influenza themselves, we would discourage them from having contact with sick birds. Avian influenza is deactivated with heat. So if it were to be in the food supply, preparing food properly would prevent exposure. Basically practicing good hygiene, cooking chicken and eggs thoroughly. The temperatures necessary to cook those products would kill avian influenza. Avoid contact with wild birds, especially sick wild birds. don't handle or eat sick birds. So whether they're poultry or whether it's a wild bird, it's best practice to not to let that product basically go to waste. Don't try to, save that product and eat it. Report any dead or diseased poultry and wildlife, and wash hands. In the United States, poultry farmers can get help from several different places. Local veterinarians, county extension agents, and extension specialists are often the first call that somebody might make. It is difficult for small flock farmers to find veterinarians willing to take calls about poultry. So you're not typically going to get help at that stage, but it is a place they can reach out. A lot of people, I personally have received phone calls, including one that was actually a active avian influenza case in Missouri last year. And I would refer them on to the USDA because I'm not in a position to really do a whole lot for them other than identify, yes, that sounds like avian influenza. You need to get the proper authorities involved. The state veterinarian, state and university veterinary diagnostic labs, and there's also a USDA hotline that would take calls from throughout the country. I did have a couple of different resources that I thought might be helpful links. Some of these do have Spanish translations. The USDA APHIS website, the second link, has I think their entire website can be seen in both English or Spanish. So it's a good, it's definitely a good resource. The others are an EPA website of registered products that have that are able to kill avian influenza on surfaces. And then the last link is to the Secure Poultry Supply plan, which is kind of similar to what the Secure Pork Supply is, except a little more complicated because we deal with different products and each of them are approached a little bit differently. I also have my contact information here, and then I will stop sharing.
Mero, your microphone is muted.
Thank you. They will be talking about themselves, and after that they will be asking some questions or so. Sí, ustedes en México y Guatemala van a estar discutiendo un poco acerca de lo que ha ocurrido en sus países en relación a esta enfermedad y podrán hacer algún comentario. Yeah, the price of the eggs in Mexico were high, also very high these last months.
Yeah, ours are coming down.
Sí, el precio del huevo no sé qué tanto se haya elevado en Guatemala, pero en México sí se estuvo elevando mucho. Do you know how many birds? Do you say how many birds do they sacrifice the last months here in the United States?
So over the whole outbreak is 58 million.
58 million. Y ellos
58 million.
Aquí en Estados Unidos, en el brote que hubo de ahora de la fiebre aviar, sacrificaron 58 millones de aves y por eso hubo esta carencia de huevo.
A lot of those are because they were egg farms, and egg farms may have 1 million birds on them.
Each farm?
Yes.
Okay. Dice que este brote fue principalmente en las granjas de gallinas ponedoras de huevo y la mayoría de las granjas o muchas granjas acá en Estados Unidos tienen hasta 1 millón de gallinas. Entonces, como decía, tienen que sacrificarlas básicamente a todas por la gran contagiedad que hay de esta enfermedad.
Yeah, 2 farms. So I looked to see what the biggest farms. 2 farms in Iowa had 5 million each.
Dice que algunas granjas en Iowa tienen hasta 5 millones de aves ponedoras, de gallinas ponedoras cada una de ellas. And how easy is to present this disease in small farms, or is only like in the big ones?
So it is definitely a disease that can affect all flocks. The farm, so in about more than half of the cases this year or in this outbreak have been small farms. And those have been farms, I think the smallest farm had 4 birds that I've seen. The larger farms make the news more because there's so many birds, but it is definitely affecting small birds as well.
Y dice que también ha afectado bastante a las pequeñas granjas, aún de 4 gallinas. Dice, las noticias, los periódicos pues mencionan las granjas muy grandes, que son noticia, pero se infectan básicamente todas las aves de granjas grandes o granjas pequeñas de traspatio.
Good afternoon to everyone. I really wanted to share this complementary information about the last 14th February, the Ministry MAGA, who is this Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Food. The first case of the disease was confirmed in the migratory pelican in Puerto Barrios y Zabal. So with another ministry about the Ministry of Public Health and Social Assistance, animal health energy is declared throughout the national territory.
Thank you.
I do see a question in the question answer. Were you able to detect how the large farms got infected? So that's actually a really good question. They do try to trace where those infections come from. And sometimes they're able to say that it came in through feed or personnel. There are some crews that go between places for catching birds or vaccinating birds or that kind of thing. But sometimes they can't actually figure out where it came from.
Preguntan que si saben cómo se han infectado esas granjas grandes, las muy grandes. Y dicen que, bueno, que en algunas ocasiones sí alcanzan a identificar algún transporte o alguna contaminación, pero en algunas otras ocasiones no logran identificar cómo fue que se infectaron estas granjas tan grandes.
The small farms, it's usually easier to tell where it comes from. And the biggest risk is having a pond and having migratory waterfowl come through.
Dice que es más fácil identificar en las pequeñas granjas cómo se infectaron las de traspatio. Muchas veces es el tener pequeños depósitos de agua o presas, lagos, donde llegan las aves migratorias y pues traen esta transmisión de un lugar a otro. they have no intervention in Guatemala. Sí, adelante, Guatemala.
Bueno, a Guatemala llegan aves migratorias que nosotros los conocemos aquí en Guatemala como azacuanes. Ellos llegan más o menos entre septiembre y octubre y regresan entre marzo y abril de cada año. Entonces, puede haber algún riesgo también, ¿verdad? Como decía ahí la doctora. Y por otro lado, en Huehuetenango, donde nosotros estamos viviendo, hay un parque y ese parque, ahí anidan en los árboles grandes como de 80 metros durante la noche. Pasan durmiendo las garzas garrapateras. Ellas en el día salen a las 6 de la mañana y van a la parte sur de Huehuetenango, donde se comen las garrapatas de los animales, de las vacas y todo esto. Pero mi preocupación es de que ellas, como viven en el parque, los excrementos caen al parque. Y ahí llegan muchas personas pues a comer y andar por ahí paseando. Pero hasta qué punto podría ser también un riesgo este tipo de situación, porque yo veo que es una situación que ellas están 6 meses ahí, 6 meses se van y 6 meses viven ahí prácticamente en el parque.
Okay, déjeme traducir. He's asking the question that they have many migration of birds. They arrive in September, October, and leave March, April. But also they have a park in the city that they have a colony, garzas, garrapateras, herons that they eat the ticks. And he said that during the day they stay in the park in the trees and they have the defecation, and how easy is to be transmitting any disease to human people that go hanging in the park.
So the risk to people from just wild bird feces in the park is probably not very high. The risk to, if you had chickens in that same space, the risk to the chickens would be higher. Most of the human cases have been people who had direct contact with the actual sick birds. So if the only thing I would be concerned about is if you had birds that were dead or sick that somebody was handling.
Sí, dice ella que piensa que no habría mucha preocupación de esos lugares donde están estas aves de garzas garrapateras, que básicamente toda la transmisión de aves silvestres a humanos es complicado, que sería más en los lugares donde haya aves enfermas o aves muertas. Si hay aves muertas, en ese caso pudiera haber cierto contagio. Y yo agregaría que habría que ver si esas aves muertas han sido muertas por enfermedades de este tipo o por otras razones. ¿Habrá algún otro comentario, pregunta, México?
Hola. Bueno, la laguna, aquí en la comarca lagunera, desde hace algunos 10 años, se ha convertido en una zona importante productora de pollos, Más o menos aquí se producen diariamente entre 100,000 y 120,000 pollos al día.
Déjame comentar.
Sí, hay una parte importante de enfermedades que a veces tienen estas grandes granjas de pollos, y sí ha habido continuamente, periódicamente, ha habido infecciones. Recientemente en México, como supieron, sobre todo en la parte norte de México, hubo un problema de enfermedades en estas granjas. Incluso el precio del huevo creció de manera muy importante. Este es uno de los problemas. Una pregunta que le quiero hacer a la doctora Fisher es, por ejemplo, en estas granjas creo que cuando aparecen estas enfermedades se controlan. Pero ¿qué pasa cuando estas plagas o enfermedades pasaran a otras granjas pequeñas, como las granjas de traspatio, donde no hay un control sanitario pues más estricto? No quisiera saber lo que piensa de ello.
Okay, gracias, Avelino. Yeah, he's saying that in the north of Mexico, they had a lot of problems also with diseases in poultry production in the last months. And even the egg price was very high also over there. He says that in that area, they are like producing 100,000 chicken per day. And there are very big farms over there also. But he is asking a specific question. So when a big farm, they have probably these ones that have 200,000-300,000 chicken, they have any disease they can control, and probably they can be taking care of it. But what happened with the small ones that they have hens, poultry in the backyard? What they can do to control it? What is the care that they have to take when they have the chicken backyard, and that they are neighbor of these big ones?
Yeah, so there are still biosecurity measures that can be taken on small farms. And a lot of that looks like kind of small versions of what the large producers do. I encourage small producers to have a dedicated set of shoes that they use when they're tending to their birds, so that they're not going into town wearing shoes that they then bring back to their farm, so that you're not tracking anything to your farm. Still limiting the number of people that come onto your property if you can. We also encourage them to use some of those practices that large farms do. So the all in, all out, and being really careful about where they buy birds from. So I tell people, don't buy birds, like don't buy adult birds. If you buy birds, usually if you buy chicks, you're a little bit safer. Raising your own is usually safer than that. But it depends on the disease. For bird flu, the biggest prevention is just decreasing contact with wild birds. And that's hard if you have birds outside. So we tell people to bring them under cover if you can. So limit the amount of time that they spend out. Don't have bird feeders that attract wild birds. If you've got a pond, you can do some kind of nuisance stuff to keep the wild birds away, like the noise guns and stuff like that. Everything just to reduce the amount of contact.
Okay, let me translate. Thank you. Ella menciona que las medidas para los pequeños granjeros o los de traspatio pudieran ser muy similares a las de las grandes granjas, pero por ejemplo, algo muy específico es que cuando la familia tiene su granja, su pequeña gallinas ahí, trate de, por ejemplo, si va a la ciudad o va a otros lugares, no use los mismos zapatos, o sea, para no estar trayendo, en este caso, enfermedades de otros lugares a su granja, o sea, que llegue y use los mismos zapatos, la ropa, que no traiga de fuera nada, que trate de evitar la visita de otras personas a su granja, estar tomando, pues, medidas, que vea dónde está comprando, si compra animales de reposición, gallinas, gallos, gallinas, pollitos, ver de dónde los está comprando para que no vaya a traer esta enfermedad de fuera. También, pues, uno de los medios de contagio son, en este caso, las aves silvestres que están migrando. Entonces, como generalmente no están encerrados las aves de traspatio, si no andan sueltas, pues tratar de que estén el menos tiempo posible sueltas para que tengan menos oportunidad de entrar en contacto con las aves silvestres, con los pájaros y otras aves silvestres, y también de no tener comederos de alimento donde puedan venir las aves silvestres a comer de ahí, tratar de estarlas espantando y pues reducir todo lo que se pueda el contagio de estas aves silvestres, de cualquier otro medio de contagio de sus propias aves. ¿Habrá otra pregunta? Is there another question?
Tatiana, how we were hearing with some of the diseases with the pigs that they could spread up to 5 miles. What if you had a flock that was positive? What kind of spread would you look at? Is it only spread through feces, basically? I mean, how or do they know?
So the surveillance zone for when they have a positive flock is, I believe, 10 kilometers. So that's how far they go out to look. So they don't go past that. And that would be based on like that research. The problem though is if it's being transmitted by wild birds, it can go as far as the wild bird is going to go.
Are there any other poultry diseases, since as we wait for if there's any more questions, in Missouri? What are some of the major poultry diseases that we are looking at and tracking?
So it depends again on who is we and what scale you're looking at. There are some mycoplasma diseases that are common in small flock poultry that they're common, but they're not easy to get rid of unless you completely like get rid of the whole flock. So they're something that you kind of accept as a possibility. The larger producers deal with some things like infectious bronchitis, infectious laryngotracheitis, a couple of different respiratory diseases. viral diseases mostly, but the small flock backyard deals with a lot of internal parasites, some external parasites. So you've got coccidia, which is probably your most common like internal parasite for poultry. But also I've seen tapeworms, also roundworms in poultry. You get mites and lice, external, and you've actually, in big poultry houses, people have started to see bed bugs, which is an interesting issue. I have not heard that in Missouri, but in there are some states dealing with bed bugs in their poultry houses.
Pregunta que qué otras enfermedades se pueden presentar en las aves acá en Missouri, y la respuesta es que puede haber micoplasma también, aunque no sería un problema a no ser que se presentara en muchas. Hay en las granjas más grandes hay todo tipo de enfermedades respiratorias que se presentan, y en las granjas pequeñas, en las de traspatio, habría más problemas con parásitos, parasitosis interna, externa, problemas de coccidiosis. Hay que recordar que la coccidiosis se transmite mucho en los lugares húmedos a través del agua, de los lugares sucios, donde pueden estar en el agua, tomando agua, y las pulgas y otros parásitos externos pueden en algunos lugares haber ciertos problemas. Okay, Jessica, seems like there are all the questions. Do you want for the people to go to see what other diseases they may having or recommend from these animals to other animals?
Yes, let's begin the moderated discussion early.
Okay.
Please, Tatiana and Dr. Bromfield, please join us.
Could you pin Andrew, the Dr. Tatiana, and also Corinne, Jessica, and I, so in the way that we are being the four of us.
Andrew has it set up on the panel view that had the four of us and the room in Mexico and in Guatemala that was featuring everyone.
Okay.
On the attendees view is different from what we see as panelists.
Yeah, now I see. Yeah, right. Okay. Entonces ahora vamos a estar viéndonos todos como le llaman aquí, como una vista de todos los panelistas para poder estar platicando. Entonces, para que poder discutir, la idea en este momento es ver qué otras especies animal y qué otras enfermedades serían de importancia para tratar en los simposios siguientes. No solamente de cerdos o de aves, sino de otros animales como de cabras o de ganado vacuno o de animales silvestres. Entonces, para que ustedes hagan una discusión en cada uno de los países y puedan hacer una relatoría.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Magdalena Galindo Guzmán, de la Universidad Politécnica de la Región Laguna.
Okay, déjame traducir. Déjame traducir. ¿Cuál es tu nombre?
Magda, de la Universidad Politécnica de la región Laguna.
Ok, ella es Magda, te ves un poco lejos, Magda. Gusto en saludarte, ella es de la Universidad Politécnica de La Laguna y va a hacer algunos comentarios. She's from Polytechnic University in La Laguna and she will be making some comments.
Ok, es que estamos teniendo un problema con el audio. No escucho al doctor Homero.
¿Sí me escuchan ahora?
Sí, ya.
Ok, perfecto. ¿Cómo estás, Magda?
Ok, nada más para platicarles un poquito del contexto. Aquí en México estamos en el norte. El ganado que tenemos principalmente es ganado vacuno, tenemos aves y también tenemos cabras. De los 3 tipos de ganado, tenemos grandes empresas para ganado vacuno, tanto para carne como para leche. Somos la cuenca lechera más grande de México. Y también tenemos a Pilgrims en cuanto a aves. Sin embargo, el sector más desprivilegiado siempre han sido las cabras. Y por aquí el doctor Homero nos dejó una tarea, debido a toda su experiencia en el área, sobre implementar un centro de investigación sobre transferencia y tecnología para el sector caprino. Le queda la noticia que ya el 27 de febrero, ya de manera formal, iniciamos con el centro. Sin embargo, sí nos gustaría vincular un poquito más a las universidades y que estuvieran un poquito más en contacto con los caprinocultores. Aunque el centro es para todo el sector, siempre los caprinocultores han tenido el acercamiento hacia nosotros.
Okay. She's saying that in that area there is a high number of animals. They have around concentrated, that is like, I don't know how many total acres, but they have like, just for an idea, they have probably like 60,000 irrigated acres of alfalfa, 40,000 acres of corn for corn silage, and they have probably 20,000 acres for cotton irrigated, all the areas irrigated, and they have 400,000 dairy goat milks with some open corrals, herds that are probably 10,000 cows, dairy cows, and they have a lot of chicken houses also from Pilgrims and other American companies over there working, and some of them also for pork production. But also they have around 500,000 goats. Many of them are Creole, and she's saying that they just were authorized to start with the extension center over there with the concurrence of different universities and farmers, so that they want to take advantage of this meeting to have a memorandum of understanding with the universities here to support them in all the extension that they have to be doing with the different livestock that they have over there. Adelante, si quieres comentar más. Y vete un poco más corto para no...
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mónica Herrera, soy de Guatemala, del Centro Universitario CUNEUROC, y al respecto del tema que se está abordando en este momento, les queremos aportar una información que sería que pues nosotros como guatemaltecos estamos preocupados en el sentido de que no optan con la sanitización necesaria que debería de tener para entrar a nuestro país. En este caso, el ganado menor es el que ingresa y algunos productos como el huevo. Solamente, muchas gracias.
¿Cuál es tu nombre otra vez? Está apagado tu micrófono. ¿Cuál es tu nombre otra vez? She was saying that in Guatemala, they have the problem of no any taking care of the animals that they get imported, especially with small species, and also with the eggs and some other chickens. So that probably they will need some information about the surveillance that they have to take for import-export animals. So probably the countries, they have to be working more about how to move animals between countries and also inside of the country. Probably they don't have all these regulations, or if they have, are not very operational, or they don't have enough people to be just getting in rule everybody over there. Yeah.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Jorge Mejía, guatemalteco, docente de la carrera de Ingeniería Forestal del SMAL. Mi recomendación es de que para el próximo symposium pudieran ustedes considerar el tema de utilizar, cómo se puede utilizar el carbono 14 para medir edad de árboles u otras tecnologías similares que faciliten, porque actualmente lo que hacemos es utilizar el análisis fustal o bien anillos del tronco de los árboles, que es un poco más difícil, ¿verdad? Y a veces se dañan los árboles.
Okay, he's saying that he's a forestry professor over there at the university, that they would like to learn more some other techniques to know the age of the trees, and so like carbon 14 and some others, because they have using some techniques that are destructive, and so it's just asking for future symposiums just to be talking about this.
Okay.
¿Alguna otra sugerencia, información?
Buenas tardes. Nosotros somos alumnos de la Universidad Politécnica de la región Laguna y venimos en presentación de las carreras de Ingeniería Agroindustrial y Ingeniería Ambiental, por lo cual nos interesaría tener la oportunidad de visitar la Universidad Lincoln para nuestras estadías profesionales o alguna visita para expandir nuestro conocimiento respecto a lo que el ganado porcino concierne para su crianza y cuidado.
Okay, muy bien. She said that they are in the Polytechnic University and about different colleges, and they are interested to spend their internship time here in Missouri in Lincoln University or NMU, specifically about swine. So is what she's saying. Okay. Pues habrá oportunidad de, yo lo que les puedo decir es de que hay oportunidad de visitar acá Lincoln University si se programan. Para visitar no hay muchos fondos, tendrían que ustedes a través de sus universidades conseguir los fondos para venir, pero sí hay algunas veces oportunidad de algunas becas, sobre todo para estudiar maestría en algunas de las universidades. Aunque ustedes no lo crean, se batalla para conseguir estudiantes de maestría o de doctorado, y entonces a veces sí se ofrecen las becas desde acá, desde las universidades en Estados Unidos, para estudiar maestrías o doctorados, donde te dan la beca y aparte te dan cierto monto de mantenimiento a través de tu trabajo en la universidad. I was saying that if they want to come, they have to get the money from the universities, but that some universities here in the United States, they have some scholarship, assistantship, graduate assistantship for master degree or PhD programs, so that probably any of them can get any opportunity for those assistantship. Yeah. ¿Algún otro comentario de México o Guatemala? De enfermedades que crean que sean importantes, que están apareciendo por el cambio climático o no el cambio de clima, por algún interés en particular para el siguiente simposio.
Amaro, have you asked our guests if there are any new diseases in their area that they would like to learn more about, things that they are seeing in the animals? And it doesn't have to be just in poultry or in pigs, could be any species.
Como este simposio es específico sobre enfermedades y plagas y enfermedades, entonces, que si hay alguna enfermedad específica en que a ustedes les gustaría que se viera en los próximos simposios, no tiene que ser de aves y cerdos, puede ser cualquier otro animal. Entonces, hace el primer simposio estuvimos viendo cuestiones de brucelosis y de artritis, encefalitis caprina. Lo estuvimos viendo en el caso de cabras. Ahora se estuvieron viendo esto para cerdos y aves, pero si hubiera otras enfermedades, pues póngalas a través del chat, a través de los correos o en este momento si gustan externarla.
Bueno, sí, yo creo que en el próximo simposio, como decía la doctora Bagda, pues aquí en la región tenemos principalmente animales del sector caprino, bovino, son los que más tenemos, ¿no? Las aves. Y bueno, también poco tenemos abejas, ¿verdad? No es una gran población, pero bueno, también es algo de la parte apícola que también nos interesa. Y bueno, sobre todo no por el tamaño de la población de las abejas, sino por la importancia que tienen. Y bueno, porque este también es un objetivo mundial de proteger a las abejas. Estos son temas que nos gustaría que se contemplaran. También
déjame traducir, ¿no? He said that they would like specifically for that center of extension that they are starting over there, that they would like to be talking more about the diseases and also specifically about for bees, for apiculture. So in the way that is very important over there, and they would like just to have more information. And also, there is a lot of exportation of animals from Mexico to the United States, beef, cattle, young animals. So there are some binational visitings, and they have designated some states like a free of tuberculosis, brucellosis for cattle. And probably will be very interesting for them to be knowing more about that even for, I think that region, Laguna, is no free of tuberculosis. and they cannot be moving animal from one state to other state because Chihuahua is libre. O sea, estoy hablando de esos comités binacionales para estados libres para exportar animales a Estados Unidos, que pudiera ser un tema interesante con los ganaderos para estar tratando, porque la laguna no es libre de tuberculosis ni de brucelosis y no dejan mover animales entre los estados de ahí la laguna y los otros estados, ¿no? Para mantener esa calificación de certificación, ¿no? Entonces, para que vean eso también.
Are you saying tuberculosis or brucellosis or both?
Brucellosis and tuberculosis.
Okay, both.
Both. Yeah.
Okay, I will add that to the list.
Yeah, I think there is a huge demand of information about what kind of test they can be doing that is accurate test for brucellosis and tuberculosis, because many of these tests are only like estimation, like a zero test, and they probably will need some support about PCR or some other kind of testing just to see really if they have the disease or not. Even with brucellosis, there will be brucella, but brucella what? Brucella bovis or brucella canis or brucella melitensis or what kind of brucella. So most of the tests don't identify even if it's really brucella, or they cannot see what is the species of that brucella, and always say that it's from goats, but it's probably not brucella melitensis. But here the problem is that there is a lot of brucella in humans over there. So the breaking in humans is very high in fever from brucella. So, and that is probably all Latin America problem. Here in the States, we were talking last year with Chris Bauchman about now here in Missouri, they are start testing brucella because it's not like there is no brucella in the United States for goats, but they don't have this testing, so they are not very sure now if they have or not have. Entonces estaba explicando que en brucelosis es muy importante saber realmente qué especie es la que hay, porque la brucela puede ser brucela canis de los perros, o brucela bovis, o brucela ovis, o brucela melitensis, que es la de las cabras, pero las pruebas de diagnóstico no te dicen qué especie es, y como quiera hay muchos brotes de fiebre de Malta en humanos, y no se sabe exactamente si son las cabras o son otras especies, los caballos, los perros, los que están transmitiendo esta enfermedad a los humanos. Y ese es un problema probablemente en toda Latinoamérica con la brucelosis. Acá en Estados Unidos se ha dado casi por hecho de que no existe la brucelosis, pero ya empiezan a haber ciertos diagnósticos para ver realmente cuál es el estado de los rebaños caprinos acá en Estados Unidos. Y ovinos también.
También otro tema que sería importante que pongo a consideración de ustedes para el próximo simposio es que relacionáramos a los animales, por ejemplo, que tenemos con el uso sustentable de la tierra y del medio ambiente. Por ejemplo, nosotros estas producciones de aves, de bovinos, de caprinos, se hacen pues también sobre la base de la contaminación del suelo y de la escasez del agua. Entonces, podrían ser temas que se relacionaran, es decir, que se relacionara el tema de producción de animales con el tema de sustentabilidad, ¿no? El tema de agua principalmente, el tema de contaminación en suelos, y también creo que con la parte alimentaria, el doctor Romero mencionaba también cómo esta producción en el caso de nosotros está muy ligada a la exportación de alimentos, de carne, a Estados Unidos sobre todo. Gracias.
He's saying that it will be very interesting for the following symposiums, and probably because he heard the person, what was his name, from the Global Center of Excellence, Caleb, I think it was Caleb. He was talking about different things that covers the Center of Excellence, not only diseases. So he was talking that will be very interesting just to how relates this animal production and sustainability, and also the soil contamination with animals and degradation of some natural resources. And also, as they are very interested in exporting, so what are all the different limitations for exporting to United States, accordingly, mainly about diseases, and what kind of certification they need to be exporting to United States. So I think it's related to sustainability, natural resources conservation, and yeah, mainly is what he mentioned. Yeah.
Okay. That might be something that we have, especially if we're looking for what kind of certification to export to the US, that we might have somebody from USDA come give a talk on.
Yeah.
Or even the Department of Agriculture, maybe even Missouri Department of Agriculture.
Ajá, así es. Todavía incluso hay algunas comunidades indígenas.
A ver, María Eugenia, ¿quiere
Casi
repetir?
desde que son niñas o nacen, el papá ya las tiene ajá, con un tipo, le dan dinero, ajá.
María Eugenia, estás hablando, no se te entiende.
El hombre y la muchacha. Sí, sí. Sí, el hombre es mucho mayor. Sí.
Maria Eugenia, yeah, I think she was talking with the ladies over there in the mountain, but was only open her mic. ¿Hay algún otro comentario, Walfer, María Eugenia? María Eugenia, ¿qué piensa la gente allá en la comunidad de la montaña?
Perdón, doctor. Sí, fíjese que en el caso de las comunidades están muy anuentes al trabajo con las cabras.
¿Están muy qué, dijiste?
Están muy entusiasmadas en continuar el trabajo con cabras y toda la temática que sea con respecto a cabras en los diferentes simposios sería para ellos de mucha utilidad.
Okay, she's saying that these families, that there are 350 native families on the mountain of Guatemala, women, all of them, they are very enthusiastic about to have more information about how to keep safe working with the dairy goats that they have over there. What she said.
What do you mean by how to keep safe?
I mean, they're animals.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, for them, even they have some swine, they have sheep, and they have chicken. It's the first time in their lives that they have goats. So the goats are for them are new in that area. So all
Okay.
these Indian people over there, they are just knowing the goats, and they don't know the different diseases. Now they will be milking these goats. They got one goat each family, a woman that was a mother, single or married mother of children under 5 years old. So they received from the USDA project 1 goat and I think 3 chicken, hen chicken. So they start producing, but the idea is now that they are milking these goats and nourishing their children. And they concerns about the transmission of the diseases through the milk, and also to make some value add like cheese or yogurt, things like that. So how they manage all these safety food about animal transmission to the children. So I think also anything about the management of the animals, but what she was explaining.
So maybe
Sí, todos los aspectos de manejo y cuidado de los animales es lo que ellas consideran que es de importancia y es lo que estamos tratando de hacer ahora.
¿Quieres decirlo en inglés, María Eugenia?
Oh, it is difficult for me, but I will try.
Okay.
All the goat management is important for the families in the communities because they didn't know how to raising goats. So they are interested in continue receiving more information about goat management, goat diseases, goat nutrition. Everything about goats is important for them.
Okay.
This is a farmers to farmers project, and María Eugenia is one of the farmers to farmers official working over there, and so she has to speak English also.
We will add goat diseases.
Okay, great. ¿Alguna otra información de Huehuetenango, de México? O si hay algún otro país que quiera ponerlo en los chats. There is a question for Maxine Brown in the question answer. Ms. Corinne, you want to answer it? Circovirus in pigs and black leg in cattle.
I can talk about circovirus in pigs, and I remember that blackleg in cattle is a Clostridium, but I can't remember which one.
Okay, okay.
So circovirus in pigs, we vaccinate for a lot here in the United States. It's a disease that we definitely see within our herds, especially in the large herds. And vaccination has been very effective in helping to control it.
Okay, ella dice que para el circovirus en cerdos se usa mucho la vacuna acá en Estados Unidos y que se vacuna mucho y es muy buena para controlar la enfermedad. En el caso de la Black Leg in Cattle es Clostridium, pero pues que es todo lo que puede decir, que no es especialista en ganado de carne. Muy bien, ¿habrá algún otro comentario?
Dr. Bromfield, do we do any active surveillance in our feral pig population in Missouri?
We do active surveillance, yes. There's a special feral pig team that I think works under the USDA, but they go out and they trap and kill when they can, but they trap feral swine, and they will test any swine that they find for brucellosis, for pseudorabies, and I think right now we're also including African swine fever, classical swine fever, and foot and mouth disease as part of our active surveillance.
Le preguntan que si hay campañas de vigilancia de enfermedades animales acá y ella contesta que sí, que más que nada son practicadas por el USDA, por el gobierno federal y que van y vigilan, buscan varias enfermedades que comentó.
Tatiana, kind of the same idea on our wild bird populations. Is there, do you know if there's anything that we are actively surveilling outside of the highly pathogenic avian influenza?
I'm not aware of anything outside of avian influenza that would be like active surveillance. There might be something that I'm not aware of, but I don't think that there's not a whole lot.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? If not, I would like to go through and thank everybody for attending. Let's see if I can.
Dice que si habrá algún otro comentario, pregunta, y si no, va a proceder a... ¿Sí, Abelino?
Sí, solo comentar que sería conveniente que también en el próximo simposio a lo mejor pudiéramos tener algún ponente, algún conferencista de parte de México y supongo que de Guatemala también podría haber, dependiendo de los temas que se escojan para ese simposio.
Okay, he's saying that probably for the next symposium could be a speaker from Mexico and another from Guatemala.
That would be wonderful.
The topics that you select.
Oh, well, here.
Okay.
I would like to go through and just thank, as I keep losing my PowerPoint off the screen. So, Ian, thank you to our presenters, everybody that was kind enough to give us topics for discussion. Thank you to our Latin American guests, both in Mexico and Guatemala. I saw that we have people attending from Colombia, even from Jamaica and Canada. So we are starting to get quite a few people that are attending. Thank you for all of the attendees that are showing up. Thank you for giving us ideas of future topics. And yes, we would very much like to go through and have our Latin American peers be some of the presenters on the upcoming symposia that we have. At the end of today's presentation, when I close down, there will be a link that pops up for you for a short survey on ideas of things that we could go through and make this symposium better. Our first pilot one a year and a half ago, people were kind enough to mention that it would help them if the PowerPoints were sent out in advance. So yesterday I sent out the PowerPoints to everyone that had registered. Hopefully that makes things a little bit easier, but please take the time to go through and offer up some ideas in that survey of things that we can do to make this gathering more engaging and what you need out of it. So thank you so very much. Homero, would you like to go through and say goodbye as well?
Yes, thank you. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Dr. Corinne Bromfield, Fisher. Muchas gracias, Walter, Abelino, todos los demás. Doctor Clement, todavía estás por ahí en África. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Dr. Clement Akotsen, that you are in Africa now. He is from Lincoln, but now he is in Africa. So thank you very much. Muchas gracias, María Eugenia Díaz. Muchos saludos a todas las amigas allá, compañeras en la sierra. Kimberly, muchas gracias por tu apoyo. Rodrigo, Sonia, doctora Galindo, todos los reunidos en Huehuetenango. Una buena comida y unos tamalitos que hace muy buenos ahí el profesor Walter. Invite, ¿verdad? Unos buenos tamalitos y pues muchos saludos a todos y muchas gracias. Seguimos en comunicación.
Gracias por la oportunidad de participar, doctor. Muy amable. Muy agradecidos todos en la comunidad también.
The community is grateful to be participating.
Muy bien. También de parte del Centro Universitario de Noroccidente, agradecerles a cada uno de ustedes, de parte de la carrera de Ingeniería Forestal, de la carrera de Zootecnia y de Agronomía, que somos carreras hermanas, y decirles de que el Centro Universitario Huehuetenango siempre está con las puertas abiertas para los ponentes que quieran venir a visitarnos y apoyarnos en el proceso educativo y en la investigación. Siempre van a encontrar aquí una institución amiga que los va a recibir y los va a acoger de buena manera. Muchas gracias.
¿Cuántos estudiantes tienen ahí ustedes, Walter?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hi, Clement. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you too?
Fine, thank you. You are in
Yeah.
Africa.
It's almost getting late in Africa.
Yeah.
And I want to thank all of you for your time, and it's been a very good experience for me. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And hopefully going forward, we'll probably plan to do this in person so that we'll know each other better. So thank you.
Yeah, that is accordingly to what Walter said, that he wants to invite us to go over there to Guatemala and just to put them with their students. Abelino, ¿quieres decir algo?
Y también agradecer a Lincoln el habernos invitado a este interesante simposio de temas muy importantes. También agradecer a los investigadores y estudiantes que nos acompañaron aquí en México, de la Universidad Antonio Narro, de la Universidad de Coahuila, del INIFAP, del CENIR Raspa, del CEBETA, del Instituto Tecnológico de Torreón y de la Universidad Politécnica de la Región Laguna. Todas estas instituciones vinieron durante el día y estuvieron presentes en este simposio, y creo que pues hemos aprendido de estos temas y nos gustará participar en el siguiente. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias a los colegas de Guatemala también.
And also he was mentioning like different university representatives that they were going through the symposium, around 7-8 universities over there. And so they were going through the symposium according to the different topics. And he said that he's ready for the next symposium. Okay.
Thank you so very much, everyone. And you all have a wonderful afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.